Seeing that it is 7 o'clock and many attendees have gathered, I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lishan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home. City Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Council Member Gary is absent. Council Member McQuaid?
Here.
Council Member Nason?
Here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann is absent, and Mayor Jordan?
Here. And I will note that Councilmember Gary notified me that she will be joining later when she's in position at her machine. And Vice Mayor Tiedemann has the pleasure of graduating today with a master's degree in public policy from UC Berkeley. So I'm not sure where he is right now, but hopefully enjoying the day after all that hard work. I'm also going to note the event in Buffalo, the domestic terrorism event. It's heartbreaking, obviously, that these continue as part of the American context. There were over 600 mass shooting events last year, but not all of them had the goal of domestic terrorism, unlike this event. I hope that someday our species can find its way to fully encompass love rather than hate. With that, we will move on to ceremonial matters. We have 3 proclamations this evening. And the first is a proclamation recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month. Whereas Jewish Americans have been an important part of the American story and have greatly contributed to all areas of American life and culture since our nation's earliest days. And whereas on April 20th, 2006, the federal government proclaimed May as Jewish American Heritage Month, stating, as a nation of immigrants, the United States is better and stronger because Jewish people from all over the world have chosen to become American citizens. And since then, proclamations in support of Jewish American Heritage Month have been made by presidents of the United States annually. And whereas generations of Jews fled to the United States in search of a better life for themselves and their families, and these immigrants made invaluable contributions in support of equality and civil rights through their leadership and achievements. And whereas Jewish Americans connect to their Jewish identity in a variety of ways, such as culturally, ethically, religiously, and by following Jewish ethics and values. And whereas Jewish Americans are racially, ethnically, socially, politically, and economically diverse, with approximately 12 to 15% of Jews in the United States being individuals of color. And whereas in the Bay Area, around 25% of Bay Area Jewish households include a person of color, and this increases to nearly 40% of households if the head of the household is younger than 35. And whereas in recent years, Jewish Americans have increasingly experienced anti-Semitism, including but not limited to physical attacks, vandalism, verbal and physical harassment, and hateful comments posted on social media. And whereas the City of Albany shares an obligation to condemn and combat anti-Semitism wherever it exists, to include Jewish Americans in all facets of civic life, and to stand with the Jewish American community against hatred or bigotry in our city and country. And whereas there is a need for education and policies that are culturally competent when describing, discussing, or addressing the impacts of being Jewish in all aspects of American society, including discourse and policy. And whereas we celebrate the rich and diverse heritage of the Jewish American community, including those who live, work, and play in Albany. And whereas we recognize Jewish American commitment to civic engagement and how Albany has been enriched by local Jewish institutions and synagogues, including Jewish Gateways, Congregation Or Zuriah, and Congregation Kol Hadesh. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council hereby declares the month of May as Jewish American Heritage Month in appreciation of the achievements and contributions made by members of the Jewish community, and calls upon all residents to celebrate Jewish Americans who have woven the fabric of our country and community, and supports opportunities to learn more about Jewish American history and culture. And therefore, be it further proclaimed that the City of Albany will continue efforts to confront anti-Semitism and other forms of hate impacting the Jewish community, support local education about the diversity of our Jewish American community, and integrate Jewish American culture into future programs, activities, and ceremonies throughout the year. And I will just say it's my personal pleasure to make this proclamation. This is a proclamation from the council, but I want to note that I grew up in a neighborhood that was largely Jewish. And while I am not Jewish, that had a very positive impact on my life. So I appreciate the culture very much. And with that, I would like to welcome, I see, Alan Samuelson and Rabbi Bridget Wynn, Lori Kirkpatrick, and Michelle Fabreau, if I'm pronounced your last name correctly. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And if you'd like to share some comments, please, yes.
I want to thank you for this proclamation, and I want to thank you for how carefully it was worded, in particular, acknowledging the diversity of Jewish Americans. And that's especially appropriate today because I'm sure we're all grieving, and I'll say for myself, I'm very upset and angry about the event in Buffalo yesterday and also the shooting in California. And the increase in anti-Semitism in our country has really been linked to a rise in white nationalism and to the replacement theory that is held by some white nationalists, talking about how certain elites are trying to bring into our country people of color and other immigrants to replace white Americans and change the who wins our elections. And one of the conspiracy theories that's part of that is that Jews are helping to facilitate that. So that whole collection of theories are, as we see, extremely, extremely dangerous. And that makes it particularly important, I think, for you to offer this proclamation and to acknowledge the diversity of the Jewish community. So thank you. And I'm the Rabbi of Jewish Gateways. Lori Kirkpatrick is a member of our board, and we're very pleased to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for your words. I don't know if any of the others have joined, have comments they'd like to make. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I would like to echo Rabbi Wynn's comments. This is an especially poignant time to receive this kind of proclamation from the city and be recognized and receive this kind of support from the city. This weekend we've all, painfully experienced the fuel for these types of attacks being white supremacy, and we see how racism and anti-Semitism are really inextricably linked, and we need to be sure that we keep the fight and recognize that all marginalized communities and people of color, including those within the Jewish community, are special targets for these actors. So again, we really appreciate and are deeply grateful for the proclamation and the support from the community. I just want to explain a word about Or Zarua. We're part of the Reconstructionist Jewish movement, which is headquartered in Philadelphia and has affiliates in virtually in most U.S. states and several foreign countries. We have about 50 member households here in the East Bay. And there are Reconstructionist congregations in in San Francisco, Palo Alto, Cotati as well. Our members are here in Albany, Berkeley, Oakland, and we meet at the St. Albans Church on Washington, which is also very supportive of our congregation. And so again, thank you. And we hope to just partner with the city and our communities of color to try to defeat white supremacy.
Thank you. I don't know if either of the other attendees. No. Well, thank you very much. I see somebody else just joined. I don't know if you had a comment you wanted to make.
Oh, thank you. This is Josh Wershafter. I'm the current president of Orza, and I'd just like to emphasize what a positive experience we are having in Albany, particularly as tenants of St. Albans. They've been a tremendously welcoming congregation to us as tenants, and it's a testament to the values they have, and they're widely shared in Albany of religious pluralism, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to the next proclamation, which is for Pride Month. And Councilmember McQuaid is going to read that proclamation for the council.
Thank you. City of Albany Proclamation in recognition of LGBTQIA Pride Month, June 2022. Whereas the City of Albany prides itself on being a community that celebrates diversity and strives towards inclusion, and whereas the Albany City Council has affirmed the council welcomes and values all of our diverse community members, regardless of where they are from, who they love, how they worship, how they look, their gender identity, their abilities, their economic status, or how they vote, inviting the entire Albany community to join together in creating a safe and welcoming city, one in which we celebrate our differences and learn from each other, one in which we are proud to raise our children. And whereas the City of Albany has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and ally community, and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in the community. And whereas June has become a symbolic month in which the LGBTQIA community and supporters come together in various celebrations of pride. And whereas Albany is joining other cities across the United States to recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQIA Pride Month, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council does hereby recognize the month of June 2022 as LGBTQIA Pride Month in the City of Albany, and the Progress Pride flag shall be flown June 1st to 30th at Albany City Hall, the Albany Community Center, and the torch located at Solano Avenue and Key Route Boulevard.
Thank you. And I see Britt Tanner and Catherine Kasselmeyer have joined us. I don't know if you would like to share any comments.
Great. So my name is Catherine Kasselmeyer. I'm here as a member of Albany's Pride, which is an LGBTQIA plus advocacy group for AUSD. I have a child in AUSD. Our mission is to ensure that the sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression of every member of our AUSD community is valued, respected, and celebrated. Thank you for introducing this resolution, and it would be great to recognize Pride Month by flying the Pride flag. Our young people are subject to legislative attacks, targeting their right to participate fully in their education and to receive the medical care and social support that they need. Sending a message through the Pride flag that Albany supports its LGBT plus community would be great, and would be a great way to make our families and our youth feel welcome. So thank you for sponsoring it.
You're welcome.
I'll go now if I may. I'm also in Albany's Pride, and We've really been trying to promote the visibility of the LGBTQIA members of our community, and I really appreciate the partnership that we've had with the city. Last Pride in 2021, we installed 3 chalk rainbows with the support of the city, and they were really a great symbol of pride, and it brought joy to many of the families that were participating in the event, and hopefully to those people who are walking by. So I just want to say that we're doing that again. Since the school year is ending early, we'll be doing it on May 22nd at 11:30 at the Albany Aquatic Center by Memorial Park. And we really appreciate the proclamation, especially right now, since when other governments are going out of their way to be hurtful to LGBTQIA community members, and in particular trans children. We really love this symbol of support, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with the city to hopefully get a permanent crosswalk that won't get washed away with rain installed at some point.
Thank you.
And Liz Maker, you can't see her, but she has a couple words to say.
Thanks. Yes, I did see your hand up. I just wanted to chime in. So it's May 22nd, and I don't know if you have a time set for that.
May 22nd at 11:30 at the Albany Aquatic Center, Sunday at 11:30.
And I believe last year, as you mentioned, there were a few different locations. Is it the one location this year?
We're just doing the one location. The other 2 locations required traffic control and a lot of chaos.
So a lot of work last year. I was pretty amazed.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And welcome. If you would like to make some comments, you're on mute currently, as happens in these times.
Mute. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the symbolism of the proclamation as well as the flying of the flag. It's an important symbol. I have a LGBTQ identified 12-year-old, and he has some friends who are not able to come out to their families, but our family's aware. And I think it's a really very supportive for the kids to know that there are people in the community who do support them, and then the parents can eventually see another way. And I participated in the chalking of the sidewalks with my family, and it was very fun. I appreciate the help of the city council. And as a Jewish American, I really was touched by the proclamation as well for Jewish American Month. So thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, Albany is trying to pull the other way for our country.
It's very important.
Moving on to a proclamation in recognition of National Emergency Medical Services Week, EMS Week, and Emergency Medical Services for Children Day. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas the dedicated paramedics of the Albany Fire Department provide exemplary emergency medical care and ambulance transportation to the citizens and visitors of Albany, and whereas the Albany Fire Department personnel are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, emergency nurses, emergency physicians, and others. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council does hereby recognize the week of May 15th to 21st, 2022 as National Emergency Medical Services Week with the theme EMS Strong, Rising to the Challenge, including the designation of May 18th, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services for Children Day, and encourages all Albany residents to recognize and honor the dedication of those who provide day-to-day life-saving services in our community. And I'll just say to EMS team members here from the fire department, thank you for the work you do. And you definitely are part of the brand of Albany and what Albany provides to its residents. So I welcome Fire Chief Jim Boydo, and I believe if I have this correctly, C Shift Captain Tim Smizer. And maybe you'll say a word about what C Shift means, because I know when I came on the council, I learned what the shift structure was.
Hello, City Council. Chief, were you going to talk first? We're having some technical difficulties with our picture right now.
Okay, I'll go ahead and add a few comments. Thank you, Mayor, council members, for the recognition honoring National EMS Week. Albany has had an ambulance since the late 1930s, and we upgraded to paramedic or advanced life support level around 1989. And then we added ALS to our engines in 2001. Yeah. Right now, EMS comprises about 73% of our call volume for the 911 calls that we respond to. And we have if it isn't Piedmont, I believe it's us that has the fastest response time in the county. From the time someone calls 911, we are regularly in front of their house in under 5 minutes. That's something that no one else is able to brag about but us. Possibly Piedmont, but I believe it's just us. The C Shift is with us tonight. They're the C platoon. So we have an A, B, and C platoon. Captain Smizer, Lieutenant Ortenblad, Engineer Schleter, Engineer Sanders, Paramedic Lewis, Firefighter Lewis, and Firefighter Murch, all of which are paramedics. So very, very proud and honored to lead this fine group of professionals. And yeah. Timmy, you have anything else to add?
We wanted to say thank you guys to the City Council and to the citizens of Albany for your continued support. And we apologize for the video, but we're all here smiling, waving at you on the other end of the camera right now. So thank you for the recognition. We appreciate it. It means a lot.
You're welcome. And I'll take a few words to note by way of sharing knowledge to those in attendance that every member of the Albany Fire Department, as I understand it, is cross-trained in paramedic and fire suppression. And each shift works 96 hours straight, of course, grabbing sleep where they can, but I think I had that right. Somebody tell me if I have the number of hours wrong.
It's 48 hours straight.
48 hours, okay, so it's 48 hours, 3 shifts. So is it 48 hours on and then 96 off, or is it 72?
Correct.
96 off. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so yeah, quite a profession. Thank you very much for doing it, and to all the others that help keep us safe medically. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this brings us to the city manager's report. City manager, if you would care to avail us of knowledge. Oh, yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Mayor, you have some, at least one hand raised. I don't know if you want to take public comment after after ceremonial.
Oh, thank you for noticing that. Not quite on the ball. Yeah, City Clerk, if you could please admit the attendee.
Catherine, yeah, your mom Lori was on. Sorry, I was talking to somebody. So yeah, I just want to say thank you, Albany Fire Department and EMS services, for everything you do. You know, I wish that you guys had a bigger budget. You know, you do a lot of work. I'm not sure what percentage of your calls go to the University Village, which, you know, you don't get paid for by the UC. Those go unpaid. I just want to thank everybody for your service, and I wish we had a bigger fire department. That way we can have more fire engines and have a bigger fire staff, you know, because I think we have 1 or 2 ambulances. If we have more than two emergencies at a time, we got to call in another city to come help us. I just wish that our fire department was a lot bigger than it is. and you guys do an excellent job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. And remembering to check hands. I don't see any. Yes. Welcome.
Hi, this is Britt Tanner, who just spoke earlier, but I wanted to also say that I greatly support the proclamation in support of EMS Week. I have been very impressed by the professionalism of the people who have unfortunately had to come and help me through a few situations recently, and it's all been incredibly well managed and very professional. And I'm just so thankful that we do live in a place where we can get help in 5 minutes. And it's just amazing because I was mugged at gunpoint once in Oakland, and I was on hold with 911 for 15 minutes. So it's very different here, and I definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised. Now we can go to the city manager's report. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to first recognize that we're back in the virtual world. Hopefully it's just temporarily, but really just recognize the council and staff for their ongoing flexibility at this unprecedented time. And I know I sound like I'm repeating myself, but again, just thank you for being flexible as we navigate the uncertainties. And we did this out of the best precautions for overall public safety and health with the increased COVID numbers, as well as the need for increased masking. So again, hopefully it's just temporary. A reminder that the council will have a special meeting on Wednesday, June 1st to consider a planning application for a mixed-use building at 1600 Solano Avenue at the corner of Ordway. The project, as proposed, includes 12 units of housing and medical offices on the first floor. So again, that will be a virtual meeting. The Albany Community Grocery Program, conducted by Albany Cares, held its 4th grocery and essential items giveaway on May 6th. We had 67 grocery bags filled with food and 88 bags with essential items. As a reminder, this program is made possible by the city's American Rescue Plan Act funds, with the allocation provided by the City Council for supporting our community through this funding. The program continues to grow in the number of participants and has had a 737% increase in distribution since February. For more information, you can email us at albanycares@albanyca.org or call us at 524-9283. The homeowner exemption and renter rebate information is being distributed. The city offers exemptions for qualified homeowners and rebates for qualified renters on 5 of our parcel taxes. On May 25th, from 11 to 1 p.m. at the Albany Senior Center, we will be providing one-on-one assistance through a parcel tax exemption and renter rebate in-person help center. A reminder that those applications for the rebates are due by June 1st. The COVID Small Business Grant Program is another authorization of funding by the City Council out of the Rescue Act Plan funds. The initial grant deadline closes this Friday, May 20th at 5 o'clock. This is an opportunity for our small businesses impacted by the pandemic to receive up to $20,000 per eligible business. So far, we've had a great response with 40 applications submitted. Please visit our website to access the materials, albanyca.org/business-grant. The COVID testing site by Curative, as administered outside of Albany Community Center, is now in town 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is a separate private company, and you can learn more about their services by visiting their website, cur.tv/Albany. And thank you to our city clerk for showing the visuals. I'm grateful. The Policing Commission, as established by the City Council, is accepting applications. This has been ongoing for about a week and a half now. So please visit our website to learn more about this opportunity and to access the application directly. The short link is albanyca.org/advise. And finally, you may have seen some of the headlines today, at least locally. The Everyone Home nonprofit agency has released data from their February 23rd point in time count. This is a point in time count where volunteers and staff go and aim to quantify the number of individuals experiencing homelessness. Specifically for Albany, the number has decreased. You see on the screen here. In Albany, in 2019, there was a count of 35. In 2022, there was a count of 23. I'm clearly just giving a very high level synopsis. There is a full report available on the Everyone Home website, everyonehome.org. And that completes my report.
Thank you, City Manager. If anyone attending would like to ask a question about or comment on the City Manager's report, please press your raise hand button. You will have 1 minute. If you are on the phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Note this is for questions and comments on the City Manager's report only. If you have comments on matters not on the agenda, the time for those is next. In this and all comments and questions during the meeting, please address the council, not other attendees, and respect each person that has spoken. The council wants everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not be intimidated by others' comments or reactions. City Clerk, I see one hand raised. Thank you for setting the clock to 1 minute. Hello, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I was doing some math, and $20,000 times 40 applicant is $800,000. I was just wondering what the budget is for the businesses. I was wondering how many applicants are accepted. What, 20 applicants, 30 applicants? Is it all 40? I was just wondering also where that money comes from. And also mentioning, you call them homeless people. There's more correct terms than homeless people. So I wish you would get your etiquette straight when you refer to homeless people. You can call them unhoused or something a little nicer. And also, you said you counted what, 22, 23 homeless people? So that breaks down to there was only 2 homeless people per month in Albany. Check your numbers.
Thank you. I will note the point in time count is not a count per month, but literally a point in time. It's a specific early morning of a specific day. With regard to the small business grants for recovery from disruption due to the pandemic, the City Council directed that $1 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds that the city has received be made available for that grant program. Each applicant can apply to up to $20,000, not only for $20,000. So I don't know the distribution of application sizes at this time. But even if they all applied for $20,000, there would still be room for more applications. So if you're listening to this or you know any small business owners, please let them know about this program and the opportunity to apply. I don't know if the city manager wants to relay anything else. Not that she needs to, but she might have thought of something else to relay in this regard. No. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. No, you've captured that perfectly.
Okay, good. I always want to give the opportunity for correcting mistakes that I make. So thank you. So on to Good of the City. This is for attendees to provide the council comments, information, and questions on an item that is not on the agenda. Please raise your hands now. By phone again is *9. By state law known as the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to a future agenda or to staff for comment. And I see 3 hands raised, so we will stay with the 3 minutes per commenter. Welcome back.
My name is Jeremiah. So regarding, you mentioned homeless people. I prefer if we could develop some policy to where, they're called unhoused or something. I know the police department call them transients. Like, what is a transient? Is it kind of gets confusing. So I'm not sure what's going on with the wording on a specific group of people, but maybe we can get that more organized somehow. Also, was it last winter or the winter before? So the winter before this past winter, I'm wondering why the city of Albany approved Albany Cares to go across the borders and go into Berkeley on Harrison Street and to house over 20 people and put them up in the Travelodge and deplete Albany's budget for homeless people. And I'm making this public aware because I think that's what's wrong with Albany right now, is that the Albany Care system is possibly doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. So my question is, why did Carol and Anne Marie go out of Albany city limits and spend close to, I don't want to know how much money was spent housing 20 unhoused individuals in the city of Berkeley? See, Albany, we pay taxes. We pay a lot of taxes. And it's supposed to go towards Albany's unhoused. And so you say you counted in one day 20 people. Well, did you house them? Or did you just walk around pointing your finger at them and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? I mean, what's the point of counting houseless people if you're not going to help them? So when you counted, did you offer every single one of them resources? So, I mean, it all looks good and fun and dandy to the public. Oh yeah, we went and did a count. We care. We did a count. We counted unhoused people. But did you really make a difference in their lives? How many resources did you offer them? The city of Albany does not have a shower program, does not have a laundry program for the homeless. You rely on the citizens. It's a tax on the citizens. So you need to be transparent about last winter when Albany spent hundreds of thousands of dollars housing Berkeley's people. Thank you.
Hi, this is Margie Marks. I wanted to comment on some comments that were made in the last city council meeting. It was regarding boards and commissions in Albany. It might not have been your intention, but my interpretation of what one of you said is that we have too many boards and commissions and you can hardly wait until reorganization so you can get rid of some. One of you has mentioned in at least 2 different meetings that I've heard that you want to either put on hiatus or get rid of the SCJC. I will never run for city council. I'm very grateful to those of you that run because I wouldn't do it. But as a citizen who cares about my city and wants to make it better, I see the boards and commissions as a way for me to do that. I'm an old white person, prefer to leave commission spots for younger, more diverse people. My participation is mainly calling in and sending them emails. I was on the SEJC for 14 years. I'm extremely proud of the things that were accomplished when I was on it. The very first item I worked on was a living wage ordinance. I hope that the city is making sure the crossing guards are making at least $17 an hour right now per that ordinance. Other things that were worked on at the SCJC were the soda tax, no smoking on Solano, the rent review, and Albany Care started out as just a 2-day drop-in center. And now we have a full-time social worker. Most commissions only meet once a month. It may be a pain in the ass for a staff member to go to meetings, take minutes, and follow up, but that's the price of democracy. None of the work on the SEJC happened by bullshitting off the top of our heads. It was work and took time. So again, I hope that you would look at the commissions. I also want to talk about the aging in place that was reported on the last meeting. As someone who spent literally months interviewing people, reading things, talking to people, I met with the AARP twice. I was at the senior center several times. It was really frustrating at the end of that meeting to give my report when I felt like we were all tired. I was exhausted, you were tired, and it wasn't given the time that it should have been given. I would have been happy if you just put it on hold until the policing commission started. You know, the whole issue of aging in place. It's such an important issue for our city and, you know, basically has gone by the wayside now. Excuse me, I'm very emotional about this, but anyway, when you talk about the boards and commissions, that's democracy, that's citizens getting involved in our city. And if we get enough citizens, we can make this place better than any of us ever thought it could be. Thank you.
Hello, I'm ready. Can you hear me? Okay. I'd like to talk about an initiative that's going to be on the ballot November 8th. It's called the Legalized Sports Betting on American Indian Lands Initiative. The ballot initiative would legalize sports betting in California and allow American Indian tribes, licensed racing organizations, and state licensed gaming establishing professional sports team leagues to offer sports betting. These entities would be allowed to offer online and mobile sports betting, sports wagering. Golden Gate Fields, I believe, would be able to offer sports betting at Golden Gate Fields. This is pretty important to understand how this could drastically change the way the waterfront is used for a very long period of time and the viability of the racetrack. Now, there is no one, I would request that you immediately address this by sending someone from the city to investigate, evaluate, and find out what will happen if this passes. This is a huge, I have a sense that you on the city council probably haven't wagered a sports bet ever, but it's going to be a very, very big deal and will be transformative in California. And we need to know how it's going to work and how it will affect Golden Gate Fields in the long term. And if there's any possibility, I mean, we're talking a very huge revenue stream that will be collected and distributed throughout the state of California. They call it the Revenue for Homelessness, Housing, and Education Initiative. That's where the money's a large part of the tax, the 25% tax, is going to go. And on the, let me see, it's called the 25% tax. So, but I don't think much of that is actually going to increase the money that will go to those things, because it'll go into the general fund, and I don't think it will affect the net that we'll get into those very, very valuable entities that need funding. So please have someone in the city produce a report to present to the council ASAP, because the election is right around the corner. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Oh, yeah, I'm Brian Beal, and I'm currently chair of the Albany Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Commission. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. I did just want to mention about my time serving on some of these commissions, and there are some openings on commissions, and there will be more openings in December. And I served on the SCJC in 2016 through 18. I've served on Parks and Rec and Open Spaces for a couple of years now, had a gap in there. I've done the National Night Out block party program. So one of the things I wanted to mention about it is the benefit I've gotten from the better understanding of the community that I've gotten and how things, better understanding of people, all the different things that make up a quality of life here in Albany. And it's really great to be able to walk around town and see things like the water fountains and crossing guards and know that I helped just a little bit to help put some of those things in place. And so it's a great feeling as opposed to, walking around the town and you've never done anything for them. So I would encourage people that do have an interest in that to apply for it. I myself, foresee myself kind of moving around commissions. I have applied for the new police commission because I think it's something I have a lot of experience with on both sides of that issue. But again, it's a great way to learn about the city, to get to know people in the city and how things work. And, and it'll give you a better in-depth understanding of what's happening. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. Takes us to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, the staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or a member of the audience requests removal of items from the consent calendar. Do either a council member in attendance desire to pull anything? Okay, and I do not either. I do see one attendee has their hand raised. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I would like to 7-4, 7-5, and 7-7, please.
Okay. Since you're here now and no other items have been pulled by the council, why don't you please go ahead and address your comments on those items?
Okay, so 7-4 is advisory body resignations, and that is Sierra Canoli and Bart Grossman, both on the Albany Social and Economic Justice Commission. I just want to say thanks to both of them for serving on the SEJC. I did learn a lot from both of them, and they both brought a lot to the table. Sierra's a UC Berkeley graduate, alumni now, and I just wish her the best of luck in life. And Bart always has great advice. And we'll move to the next one.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I would just like to welcome the new appointee for the Arts Committee. And
I think we might have just lost you. I'm not sure. We cannot hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Now we can again.
Sorry about that. So I'm at the Port of Oakland. It's kind of bad service between these containers. I just want to let the person know welcome to the Arts Committee, and I wish the City of Albany had a more formal training program for commissioners instead of something completely informal as reading something on a website. And the next one, okay, is 7. Can you help me out? That 7?
Yeah, sure. With 7 East Bay Regional Communication Systems Authority, radio encryption.
Yeah, so thank you for announcing that. That way the public can hear. So 7.7, it's authorizing $42,000 for the Albany Police Department to get some more.
You dropped out again, unfortunately. I'm sorry, we are unable to hear you.
Money to make funded by our tax dollars, as in a local tax dollars, or is that funded by the state or federal grant? Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council. City Manager, I don't know if you could answer that last question regarding whether the radio encryption expenditure is from a grant or is from local tax dollars.
I believe we have the staff here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Heather, if you'd like to answer that.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. So this is coming out of a fund that comes at the state level. We get money every year that needs to be used for frontline policing expenditures that are not budgeted for. And so we're asking for money out of that fund to fund this. This is something that it's not necessarily, I don't know if we're getting new radios, but there's something at the county level that we have to upgrade our radios. We don't really have a choice in this.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll add from reading the staff report, if I understood it, it was it's not new radios per se. It is upgrade of the capability of the equipment that currently exists in software in large part. And with that, I don't see any other comments on consent calendar. Is there a motion regarding consent calendar?
Did you hear that? I'll move consent.
I'll second. It's been moved by Councilmember McQuaid and seconded by Councilmember Nason to pass the consent calendar with the recommendations from staff as they exist. City Clerk, if you would please poll the council.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
And Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, City Clerk. We now move to presentations with the first item of presentation is an amendment to the 2021-2023 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission Work Plan. And so I believe staff and probably more so the chair might be here as well. Welcome.
Okay, good evening, council members, Mayor Jordan. So the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission is requesting an amendment to their 2021-2023 work plan to include 2 items from the recently adopted Parks, Recreation, Open Space Master Plan. Per council policy, a work plan amendment request has been provided to the council for your review. And also please note that the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Commission work plan items have been formatted into the new work plan template approved by council in June 2021, as the PROS work plan had been approved on May 3rd, 2021, before the adoption of the new work plan template by council. And the chair of the commission, Brian Beal, is here to go over the request with the council.
Yes, thank you, Isabel, and good evening, council members and other city staff, members of the public. That was a very good brief summary of the context from the assistant city manager. Basically, what we have happening here is there's a once-in-a-decade process of revising the master plans, and then there's the biannual process of revising work plans. And so our work plan revision was done before that. And both of these changes are in a sense signs of the time. So, and in that note, the commission was, when we were doing the work plan, there was some reluctance to go too far into it till we know what the master plan was going to look like, because there was so much input from the public. So there are two sort of different amendments. One of them is for flex court integration. This is a demand that has come to our attention from various channels, various forums of input. One of them was various funding discussions that we had. This was identified as one of the places the public wanted funding to go. And I say this is a sign of the times because space is very expensive now. And so this idea of serving multiple functions makes a lot of sense from a civic standpoint. The other amendment has to do with, and so simply what the commission is asking for is basically, people are coming to us and they're saying, well, this isn't happening fast enough. How can we make this? And so we want to form a subcommittee. A couple of the members of the commission want to serve on a subcommittee to look at how, we might be able to speed this process up. So that's sort of what we're talking about there. And then the other amendment is, I think, a little bit more difficult to understand because it comes from a deep-seated frustration on the part of the public, or as far as the community organization. So if we were to look at it from their point of view, I'm a community organization, I want to help out the city. And clearly there's a demand for help. We have a lot of needs to be fulfilled in limited budgets. So, but then how can we do it? Because then it's like, well, you call into the Parks and Rec department, well, then, yeah, there's going to be employees, they're going to have procedures. Do we call into the commission? Well, the commission's constrained by the Brown Act and so forth. So we want to form a subcommittee to expand on this topic. And the Friends of the, we haven't named them by name, but the Friends of the Five Creeks is obviously one of those organizations that we want to look for a way to work with. But that's because of the Brown Act, how are you going to meet with the commission? Well, it'd be great if the commission could come, take our tour together, but they can't do that, right? And can we bring our whole organization to the commission meeting? No, we can't. So this is a way to communicate. And then in terms of the commission's overall, how this would impact our work plan or our work, our schedules or whatever, it wouldn't really affect us at all. The reason is if you look at the items from a month-to-month basis that we as a commission work on, all the activity is happening at the Parks and Rec meetings, the Parks and Rec and Open Spaces meeting. And it's usually driven by staff, by the staff schedule. Like we have street tree removals applications. When is the forester going to be available? So that kind of drives that. We had the work plan update, and those are the things that were occupying us for most of the first part of our term. This is something that some of the commission members will be able to take on in between meetings, and then we'll have some subcommittee reports and we'll be able to move forward. So I think that's pretty much my basic summary. I think these are both things that would just kind of maybe add a little kind of boost into the little accelerator and to get some of the things that really, I think, a frustrated public, because of COVID and everything, there's really increased demands for Parks and Rec facilities, and these are both things that I think would help a lot. So I'll open it up for whatever the process is. Back to you, Isabel.
Thank you, Chair Beal, and please stick around because there might be questions. I want to welcome Councilmember Gary. Thank you, Councilmember Gary. I presume you know where we're at in the agenda, but we're discussing the Parks, Rec, and Open Space work plan amendment request. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Nason.
I'm wondering about the phrasing of the phrase community expert groups. What is the definition of expert there? And do volunteer groups that just do something like pick up trash and paint over graffiti, would that be an inexpert, or what makes a group, a community group, an expert?
You know, in hearing that question, Councilmember Nation, I'm immediately like, well, yeah, I'm not sure that was the best choice of words. And we may want to revise if the council so desires, we could amend this request to change, or maybe we could do it today. I don't know. But there was a lot of discussion about how to word this, and I think there was one proposal, and then there was another proposal. But the main gist of what we're trying to do is community organizations. My feel from the commission is that the word expert may be incidental. I mean, the point is that they have something to add that's beyond, beyond casual. They have beyond the casual interest in the matter. So I think the commission might be open to amending the wording, but then that would cause another round that would probably decrease the odds of getting anything done this year. But I think does that help answer the question?
Yeah, I don't think we would need to kick it back to the commission. I think that the council could remove the word expert, if we are so inclined. I just wanted to understand how that played in, whether that had a role in the commission's thinking, or whether it's incidental to the.
Yeah, my opinion is it's arbitrary, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but my recollection is that there was a certain list of groups involved that you all be familiar with, but it's really whoever. I think it's whatever organization wants to get involved with Parks and Rec, and they're not, some hate group or something, that we want to look for a way to make it easier for them to get involved.
Thank you. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Bell, and maybe I missed this. What, if any, have you identified the items or the tasks that the group will handle, and what are the timelines that you or the commission has put together to make sure?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. And what this has to do with the absence of a good answer has to do with the nature of making a work plan request, that we're limited on what we can do on this item without having it on a work plan. So all we know is that we identified a community need, or two community needs, and we want to create two subcommittees to basically answer what your question was, to go further along those lines. Does that make sense?
It does, but you haven't identified what the community needs yet, or you're just waiting for us to approve prior to?
No, the community need is for more flex courts and more involvement. The community need is stated in the amendment. It's one is we want to help integrate flex courts.
Okay.
And then the other one is that we want to, and this one's kind of murky and nebulous, but we want to improve the way we can work with community organizations.
And I think that was my question on that. So I understood that there was a flex court, but you just haven't identified what that is. Okay.
It's really murky. Yeah, it's that. It's what I just said. I mean, it's people are saying, and you can look to maybe the letter from Friends of Five Creeks, that these people, they really want to help out. But to try to do it in the context of a commission, you got the Brown Act limitation, and so the having a subcommittee will help to interface with these groups in between meetings and help move things along, to help get them what they want, and also to help them make a more effective contribution.
if you can tell me a little bit about the flex courts. So did you guys get a survey? Like, how were we able to come up
That's
with
the point. We can't because it's not on our work plan. We can't do it.
So it was just something that you guys thought that you want to add to.
No, we got input from the community that that was important need.
Yeah, so that was my
funding.
so,
In the past, the funding measures that we had, there was input that people wanted to spend the money on flex cards. So we continued to get input that people weren't happy with the progress on them.
Yeah, I'll offer that it was one of the items, as I understand, that came out of the Parks Master Planning process. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there were requests for flex courts as a part of that process.
Yes, so the two items included in the work plan request, the amendment are two items that are included in the update of the Parks Recreation Open Space Master Plan. And if I can just offer a little bit more information on the community groups, the item in the Parks Master Plan calls for a public directory. So organizing all of the community groups and volunteers, local volunteers that participate in the maintenance of parks or provide assistance, and basically come up with a public directory that everybody could refer to communicate together, and also it's basically increased communication between the groups and the city.
Yeah, and I know Mayor or Councilmember McQuaid's got her hand up, but and I just wanted to say, and thank you for this context of, these are two items that were added kind of to the master plan, more or less, but weren't on the work plan, which was developed before the master plan, and we want to get them in there. That's sort of as an active thing, because people want us to do something. So, back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel. I think that helped a little bit. But I noticed both of them, excuse me, talk about the subcommittee researching and developing standards, researching and developing processes. Is there another step then? I just want to be sure that the subcommittee is working with staff so that there's some there so that we don't get too far down the wrong path. Is that sort of baked into this somewhere and it's just not in the language?
Well, I think if it's not baked in there, let's bake it in there, because I like what you're saying. I think that, we don't want people heading down a black hole. It certainly is much detailed direction as you want to give it. But I would think that it would start out with, okay, let's kind of take it from today. Let's say you were to approve this item as is today. What would happen? Well, we would have our next Parks and Rec and Open Spaces meeting in June. May or may not be in the agenda. It might be July, right? So at that point, we discuss it. There'd be a chance to have public input. We probably would go ahead and select our subcommittees. They would go off and talk. Maybe that would be till September till we'd hear something from them. May or may not get, an actual action proposal before the council, say sometime in November. That's how I see it, might see things played out. And then what the details are, hopefully public input would be a big part of whatever goes down, because, that's the best part of this, right? But the public input, of course, would have to happen at the actual meetings. But the idea is that, that there'd be an outlet for people to communicate.
No, that didn't really answer my question. Isabel, could you take a stab maybe at answering that?
Yeah, I think that staff will work with both subcommittees. We'll work together to make sure that, as you mentioned, that the subcommittee doesn't go into a direction that is not feasible for staff to implement. So I think we're welcoming the subcommittee's work as research that we can use to move forward when we do look at the implementation of flex courts in Albany parks. And then, of course, the directory, again, it's gathering of information so that eventually, we could, staff could put all of this information into a directory on our website. We still have not identified exactly how, where that directory will live, but it's basically the background research that the subcommittees would be doing, which is helpful to staff.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
I think I'm not understanding something, because when you talk about the directory, that makes sense to me, and that's great. But when they talk about a process for the city and the community to engage with community groups, to me, that's an action that the city and the community group is doing something, which is, to me, different than a directory. What am I missing?
If I could chime in, I think those are sort of two different things within the same umbrella. I think, I remember the directory being mentioned, and I remember the need for more. And again, there were different ways of approaching it from the commission, how people viewed it. But I think really the idea is just to provide, better communication outlet. And I don't think there's any intention to take any specific action without following the normal courses. It's simply, I think this is a communication item and a study item at this point in the game. For it to turn into an action item, I think that would be, that would certainly fall into the realm of the next term, at which point the work plan would be revisited anyway. So this is simply a research phase that we're talking about at this point in time.
When I read this request, what came to mind for me, rightly or wrongly, was that a subcommittee might actually engage with different community groups in a manner that provides them more than just a 3-minute comment period, so that there can be greater understanding between the subcommittee of the commission and the group and its knowledge and its desires. So basically, to have that kind of communication that's very difficult to have in a commission setting because of the structure of meetings that we have. So I don't know if that was the intent or not, but that was kind of how I took it, and one vision I had for how this might play out.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would think we would want to avoid having it go too deeply in that direction. And it certainly, the idea is to research ways for people to communicate. It's not, so I guess, that is a troubling aspect of it. I think that's where the research, there'll be research, and as Isabel pointed out, the staff will have to work closely with the subcommittee to avoid it going, in any sort of, bad direction.
Yes, maybe that would be one possible recommendation that comes out of the research. Maybe I'm jumping ahead. Thanks. Unless there are other questions. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
So in regards to the communication to the community, I know I brought up in past council meetings that we did have an intern that worked on this piece. Was there any research that staff could gather and provide to Park and Rec that would help them in this process and their planning?
I think that sounded like it was for staff, not for me, right?
Correct.
I'm not sure which intern you're referring to.
So, okay, well, let me be clear. We had an intern that came from the UC Berkeley that was giving a project to identify areas where the city lacked in communication. At least that was my understanding. And I think the information was completed, or the project was completed, but however, there were no deliverables, at least from what I remember. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. But with that information that was gathered, what can the staff use to help Park and Rec and open spaces, how do you call it, to get to understand what is needed in order for them to pilot this in communicating with the community? So what information was taken and how can that be utilized so that will lessen the research they have to do if we've already done the work? I just need clarity on that and how that would work.
Well, I think I'd have to go look at the survey again and see the information that was gathered. And if there's any information that can be relayed to the subcommittee, I will be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see a member of the public who has their hand raised. City Clerk, if you would kindly admit them. Welcome back.
Thank you. I was just wondering if on the work plan was the item, or if the mountain bike park was still on the work plan down by the freeway. I remember the mountain bike park was a big agenda item, so I was just wondering if that's still on the work plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised at this time. We'll bring it back for discussion. I can at least answer the last question that was put forward, which is, to my read, that item is a part of the work plan. I'm investigating a bike park on Caltrans right away. It is item 1D of the work plan under one-time action items desired. With the council's thoughts on, yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
I'm not sure I have a thought yet. You know, I'm just a little bit concerned about the language of number 2 and the reality of number 2, and I'm not sure that they're meshing right now. I'm actually happy with the way it's worded, but I'm starting to understand that that's not really what it means. And so I'd like some more clarity. Sorry, I'm just not quite clear on this.
Thank you. And I think I might have injected some confusion there by my interpretation, which I agree doesn't match what's written. So I would defer to Chair Beal and his representation of it as the accurate representation. Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, it's possible that I'm not understanding exactly what's intended, but here's my reaction to it. It's talking about supporting community expert groups, and what we're really trying to do here, I think, is find ways to improve the support that they are giving to the city. And I'm reluctant to use the word expert. That seems somewhat problematical to me. It seems to me that what we're really getting at here is that we're getting at groups that do actual hands-on things. You know, let's say that you had, and I don't know about a hate group, but say that a group formed to create some kind of facility, like an archery range, archers for archery in Albany. And their efforts were all oriented to creating an archery range. Well, that wouldn't be, they might be experts. They might be experts in archery, but they're not really hands-on involved with making the parks better. And that's what we're kind of, if I understand it, what we're looking for. So I would have a suggestion about language that we say for the city to engage with, and I don't know that support needs to be in there really, because and we certainly don't want to give anyone the idea that the city is going to provide financial support that it isn't providing now. So I would say for the city and community, maybe to engage with community groups that support, that community expert groups providing direct support for the care, programming, and upkeep of the Albany parks and open spaces. So that would be groups that pick up trash, that, you know, like the guy who built the dog park seating area, people who are building, contributing, doing things that we would otherwise likely sooner or later be having the staff do. And so we would be working more with them, but it wouldn't necessarily be advocates. It wouldn't necessarily be experts. We wouldn't have to make the distinction between experts and non-experts. You know, if a group is doing a beach cleanup, they may not be experts in beach ecology or whatever, but they're doing something that we want them to do, and we want to provide to interact with them in a good, constructive way, where they're supporting the city and the city is supporting them, but in a moral, interactive kind of way, as opposed to material support, which might come into it, but we don't want to make those. I don't think we want to imply those promises at this point. Chair Beal, would that language, do you think that language would work for you? Am I getting where you guys are going?
It went on a little bit more than I could digest, but I think I like everything except the word expert. I think the word expert is what's causing trouble for me, because it may be specialist. I think we need a better word than expert, because expert like implies like you've got some sort of degree or certificate or license to do something. We're not necessarily talking about. We're talking about a group of volunteers, groups of volunteers that specialize in doing certain things and want to make a contribution. So yeah, I think everything you said sounds good except that word, which I like your wording better than ours. But.
In my facilitative role, why don't I read what I think just came out of that? That might help. I don't know if it will help. Research and develop processes for the city to engage with community groups providing care, programming, and upkeep of Albany parks and open spaces.
I like that.
Okay. Well, I'm not an deal, but I'm trying to keep track of what we're discussing.
Number one
here somewhere. Councilmember Nason, I don't know if you're finished, if I should move on or you. Okay. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, just looking at this, I think it would have been great if we would have had identified those particular groups. If, you know, you had the opportunity to see what community groups, or if there were people who were interested in forming a group to collaborate with you all. The concern is that if we send this out written in whatever language we decide to use, there may be some liability components that we would have to address. That also brings some other issues that we would have to look into and try to figure out the best way to support that. So it would have been great if we had the particular groups. Also, I think the communication piece that was done last year, that will help in facilitating what you're looking for, I believe, in communicating with the community, because it's supposed to outline where we're effective and where we're not. And hopefully that would have gave some more buy-in to what was brought to the table today. So those are my concerns. I just want us to be careful in the groups we select. We can sit up here and make up groups all day, but that's not gonna get us anywhere. If we would have had identified maybe 2, maybe 3 groups that are looking for projects that they can work within this particular commission, that would help us to possibly, you know, move this forward. So those are my only concerns. Thank you.
I'm not sure. Can I address that, or do we keep going?
Yeah, I'm sure. Please do.
Yeah, yeah, that was a heated topic in the discussions because then there's two sides to this. One is that, so first of all, if we're going to mention a group's name in something like this, well, we're the big concern we'd have to get their permission first, right? So we're putting these people's names. Secondly, we weren't at the point. This is a work plan amendment to ask to even talk about the idea of working with communities. We can't go into that depth without having it on our work plan. So, and then to have it spelled out like that, I would agree. I think there need to be guidelines as to what groups could be part of this. But one would assume those guidelines are they're following the city's morals and directions. They're not some hate group or something, and that they're doing something that's supportive of our goals. So those are kind of some of the reasons the name of the groups weren't in the list, but it was discussed. So there were other people on the commission that felt that way.
And thank you for that clarification. And I don't understand why we keep mentioning hate groups when we're talking about parks and rec. I don't know, maybe I'm missing the point on that, but I don't understand why wasn't there a conversation. I mean, you could have went to a couple of groups that are in the organization just to get buy-in. What would this look like if we do X, Y, Z? It's not so much saying that we want to, but just getting buy-in from them. Then that would have helped you been able to shape this in a manner that it'll be brought to us more clearer. And then we can understand that you have identified 5 groups that said that they're interested in planting, growing trees, whatever the case may be. Ms. Nason said, pick up trash. And then that way, that would have been a better approach in giving us clarity of that. Yes, I have identified this group. We've had conversations, but without council's approval, I couldn't move forward in implementing this. That's why we're bringing it to council so they can provide us guidance on if this can be added to our work plan. So that's all I was stating.
Well, I will offer that my understanding of what the chair said, which I think is the process we've set up, is that the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Commission, because this wasn't already on its work plan, it didn't have the latitude to actually go and talk to any groups as a body. And therefore, what is being requested is the latitude to actually do the research of reaching out to bodies. And then whatever results from that ultimately might result in a recommendation to the council.
And I think, respectfully, Mayor, I think you're missing the point. What I'm saying is just having one-on-one conversation. I'm not saying that, that's just like me calling you, asking you, hey, you know what, I have this brilliant idea I want to bring forth, want to run it by you. That's just conversation. As far as research, more of that would have went forth after this point. So I'm saying send the olive branch. Hey, we're looking to do this. What are your thoughts? And then if he or she says yes, or they say yes, here's the thing. We bring it to the council, we discuss it with the commission and bring it to the council. That's all I was stating. I think you're thinking that, do the research first. No, have the conversation first to see if there's buy-in. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I agree with your words wholeheartedly, and I've got great news for you. That's exactly what we did. As per our government procedures, we had the required hearings in order to at our meetings in order to propose making this amendment, and we did get input from, I believe, more than one community organization. And you see the email from Friends of Five Creeks. I believe we also heard from the Friends of Albany Hill, maybe. These are some of the groups. But again, yeah, like Mayor Jordan said, we did what we were supposed to do. And I'm having difficulty understanding why there's so much. It's as if we're being expected to spend the whole year developing a proposal to amend the work plan, and we can't do that. So anyway, back to you, Mayor.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Yeah, thank you. I think, oops, I'm sorry, my screen went away. The process, the research and the development process, I think will flesh out these groups and will make this actually work fairly well. So I'm just about ready to make a motion, but I do see Councilmember Nason had her hand up.
I took it down because that was the point that I was going to make, that it might be early, but part of the developing the research and development of the process, part of that I think will be consultation with groups, and it'd be a little early to specify particular groups that have some, privileged position as far as providing input.
If I may, before a motion, I actually had some questions about the work plan as it exists. I will go ahead and share my screen on that. If I can find the right screen to share, I think it's that one. So these are the items in the work plan as it currently exists. And I, true to my tenor in input on the work plans last year, was seeking to right-size the work plan to the historical capacity, demonstrated capacity of the commission. So, I did notice with this commission in the prior session, it had way more items than it was able to complete. Of course, some items take more than 2 years to complete, but I'm a little reluctant to add 2 items without necessarily reviewing what has been going on so far, and potentially remove some items if there hasn't been action on them so far and they're deemed to be lower priority in order to keep the work plan balanced. So, not to read through all of these, but maybe if the chair would be willing to scan through these, and if there are some items that have not been worked on and seem like they're probably lower priority than the 2 items that are being brought forward to us to approve, if he could avail us of that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. That sounds like a great idea. And, the context I touched on this briefly in my introduction, that there's sort of classes of items that are on our work plan. For example, street tree removal. That's like a big part of our work plan, but we don't do anything with it unless the staff says, yeah, we've got some street tree removal applications. We're coming to your meeting and you're going to have to approve them. So that's how that one works. A lot of the things are these regular reports. So we're just, we're at the meeting and the staff comes and gives us something, that all of these they're staff driven in terms of the time. Now, I think there are some, because a lot of these, Mayor Jordan, are things, that people would want to pick up as subcommittees. And I guess for one reason or another, there hasn't been a lot of interest in doing that, or there hasn't been, there's some roadblocks. So, for example, let's talk about kind of the land down by the freeway and the idea of a bike park. We're sort of at a roadblock for, having a place to do it. And for, we're essentially waiting on something else. So there's no action item on the part of the city. The Ohlone Greenway, we have the public restroom, we have a subcommittee. We haven't actually made a recommendation yet. But there are, I think you make a fair point. There are a couple things on here that we're not doing a lot with. Maybe we should. But these 2 items that we're adding seem to be being pushed by the community.
Okay, if I may, I'm gonna go ahead and make a proposal then, if I might, and you can react to it.
Oh, sure.
I've gone ahead and marked this up, and I do appreciate it being taking the opportunity to put it in a new template form. So first, just to clean up, this first item needs to be under one of the categories as opposed to above all the categories. So that's simply moved into a category. I won't dwell on that any further. It's moved into a new category, recurring action items desired. And I'm suggesting pulling these 2 items regarding interpretive park signage and putting them into potential future work plan items. I don't know if that's being worked on, then that's not suited, but I'm just looking for what might not have been worked on or have a lot of activity so far. And then there is an item that seems to relate to one of the two recommended or requested items, which is to support collaboration opportunities with nonprofit organizations on park projects and programming. And I'm suggesting maybe we convert that work plan item to this research and develop processes that we've been discussing, because they're fairly closely aligned.
Mayor Jordan, I think we're probably getting a little bit off topic if we're starting to amend other items on the work plan. I think it is relevant to discuss the other items to see if it was appropriate to add items to the work plan, but actually modifying the other items we would bring back.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that.
Saved by the bell.
I'm sorry, what? Saved by the well. Yeah, saved by the city attorney.
And not Chairman Bell.
That's why we need city attorney. Okay, well, you see where I'm headed with this. I basically want to set each body up for success so that when they come back in 2 years, they can say, you know, we've worked on it and we've accomplished half of it and we've worked on everything rather than having too much.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I just, as the city attorney pointed out, the process. I think the thing to do is for you to decide tonight whether we've got the latitude to add this. And then when it comes around in next year to the regular work plan process, then that's probably the time to look at amending these other items. But I do agree with you in principle that, you know, that maybe this should be part of the process. You know, when someone ask for work plan amendment, there should be, you know, this list of stuff that we give you, you know, this is the impact and so forth. What else could we do? But they're not combined in the current process.
I like it. Process suggestion. I will try to get that embedded at a future date. So with that, I think we have clear direction from the city attorney to move to a motion or not at the council's pleasure.
I'll make a motion. I move that we accept the PROS commission for the amendments to their work plan as amended by the council. So we've got two amendments in there. That doesn't offend anybody.
Why don't I go ahead and read the language again that I have?
Thank you.
Just for
I was going to ask you to do that.
Yeah. So the second item that's requested, well, the first item, just for clarity, is research and develop standards and guidelines for FlexCourt integration, which we have not made any changes to relative to the request that was made. Second item is research and develop processes for the city to engage with community groups, providing care, let's say that provide care, programming, and upkeep of Albany parks and open spaces.
Yeah.
It sounds okay with me.
Okay. Is there a second? Oh, we have city manager is.
Just a gentle reminder, Mayor, we have a member of the public with their hand up.
Yeah, they did raise their hand after public comment, but I appreciate your weighing in on that. I prefer to just close this one out and we can move on. So do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember McQuaid and seconded by Councilmember Nason, what I just read. Thank you for doing that. City Clerk, can you please poll the council?
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. With that, we move to the next presentation, which is quarterly financial update and appropriation of general fund reserves. Or I should say potential appropriation of general fund reserves. Welcome back, Finance Director.
Thank you. I am going to be leaving my video off, just so you know. I keep getting a notification that my internet connection is unstable. So hopefully nothing bad happens, but unfortunately you won't be able to see my face. I am going to jump right into the presentation as long as everyone's okay with that. This is pretty dense today, so it will take a little bit of time. Slideshow. So, in addition to talking about where we are for the current fiscal year, which is fiscal year 2021-22, we're going to be talking about the next biennial budget and a handful of other things finance related. But we're going to start with our current year budget. So this is as of March 31st. And so that is 75% of the way through the fiscal year. Salaries and benefits are currently at 73.7% spent. As I note in the staff report, this is, a little bit closer to fully spent than we were last year. So we are budgeting much closer to actuals, as year over year. A lot of what is in the salaries and benefits is the Calpers unfunded actuarial liability payment. But even removing that, salaries are still at almost 70% of budget, 75% of the way through the year. All other expenses are at 58.9% spent. This is still on track. It may seem like we're, really underspent here, but there are things that we will often plan for kind of the worst case scenario, but hope we don't have to use. This often happens in public works. We plan for a certain number of, failures and replacements every year. They don't always happen, but we need to have that there in case they do. The same thing with police, like forensics. I've talked about that before. So there are different things where, again, we plan for the worst case scenario and we hope we don't have to use it. Some of this, I'm hesitant to say that all other expenses is going to stay, super below. I like to see it at around 80% spent at the end of the year. But who knows what's going to happen in the fourth quarter. But each year when we go to do the budget, we reevaluate and we say, okay, what have we spent on average over the past few years? Is there a reason why, even though we've never spent anything on this line, we still need to budget for it? Oftentimes the reasoning is, yes, because there's this one part that costs $20,000 and we hope it never goes, but if it does, we need it there. So, there's a lot of thought that does go into this. And I think at the end of the year, you'll see that I'll point out very specific lines so that people can get more comfortable with this as well. So that's expenses for current fiscal year. Revenues, we're on track. We're at 63.21% of budget. That is on track. In fourth quarter, we receive the second large chunk of our property taxes. We also do all of our larger transfers, like from our pension fund and some other administrative costs at the end of the year. So in general, over the last few years, about 40% of our revenues have come during the fourth quarter. So even though it looks like on paper, if you just we're 75% of the way through the year and we only have 63% of budget, that's okay. You'll see that there are some areas where we appear to be kind of ahead. This is with property transfer taxes, sales taxes. When we did our current budget, it was in the middle of COVID. There were a lot of unknowns. So we were fairly conservative when we budgeted for sales tax, for example. This year, we did increase it a little bit, but we weren't too optimistic. We are on track with sales taxes, but there are still a lot of unknowns. We're still spending, more for personal protective equipment, and that's not going away necessarily. We're still not exactly sure. We're coming back into a recession. Who knows what that's going to do to the sales tax revenues? So there's still a lot of things that are up in the air. But in general, I think that it's always good to be conservative in that kind of thing. And we are where we should be right now, as far as the general revenues that we bring in year over year. So the budget as a whole, we did budget a $1.7 million deficit. While previous deficit budgets have turned out to be surpluses, there have been extenuating circumstances for a lot of those. There were significant salary savings, and as you can see from the previous slides, we are much closer to budgeted for our salaries, so we won't have those salary savings. The revenues have been higher than anticipated. For example, the property transfer tax last year came in twice as high or 2 times higher than what we had anticipated, even counting in the increase to the transfer tax that was passed. There were a number of homes, there were more home sales than normal in the past years, or in the past budget cycle. So those things definitely helped us make up and then, get a surplus instead of a deficit. I am very hesitant to say where we're going to end the year. As I said before, we're still in COVID. There's still ups and downs. I don't think that we're going to recognize that budget deficit, but we still have, a couple months. So we'll see what happens. Cash and investments is also in your report. There is a sheet that shows year over year bank balances, and you'll see that there is definitely increased cash holding. Some of that is due to the American Rescue Plan Act. We got $2.3 million that, we weren't expecting and we didn't have before. Again, real property transfer taxes. If you have a surplus, obviously you're adding to your cash. You do have to remember that when you look at that money, it's not all available to just spend. Some of it is the general fund, but we also have a significant amount tied up in sewer and storm drain. We have ACTC, Measure B and BB, which need to be spent on roads and bicycle and pedestrian improvements and paratransit. So that money is what we call pooled cash, and it is, all of the city's cash is in one account, even though we have multiple sources for that cash. We are planning on getting an asset manager RFP out shortly, and then hopefully we'll be able to use a little bit more of that cash to our advantage. Moving on, I thought it would be a good idea to start including a summary of the American Rescue Plan Act funds in the quarterly updates so that you guys can be reminded what we've already used it for and kind of give brief updates on how those programs are doing. So the city was allocated a total of $4.7 million. We've received $2.35 million of that. We'll get the rest in July. And so far, this is how it has been allocated. Nicole talked earlier, or the city manager talked earlier about the small business grants and about the grocery program that is part of the temporary COVID-19 individual assistance program. More detail on, a little more detail on some of this is found in the staff report, but this is what we currently have allocated from those funds. And again, just the individual assistance program. We have some money that went to Berkeley Food and Housing Project to help with homelessness. And then we have our COVID community engagement specialist, and they have been, they hit the ground running, that's for sure. And our COVID small business grant assistance program applications are due the end of the week. If there are questions on this, I know we've gotten a few already, but they can be sent to econdev@albanyca.org. If anyone has any questions while they're filling it out, we try to get back to them as quickly as possible. So moving on, our next year's budget. Our next year's budget was approved as part of the biennial budget in 2021. The budget was approved with the following numbers. The deficit, as you'll see, increased. The majority of that increase was due to our Calpers unfunded liability payment and our insurance costs, or our anticipated insurance costs, increasing. We have not gotten our official insurance bills for next year yet. However, they will not go down, that's for sure. And salaries and benefits are also increasing per the memorandum of understanding with all the union groups. This slide just shows the same table that's in the staff report. It shows the increase in each category that is shown on your audit overview. General government is where you're going to find the increase in both insurance and the Calpers unfunded liability payment. So overall, you can see that total increases across the city are 4.202%. So I know we're just thinking about fiscal year 22-23, and we haven't even gotten there yet, but I am also thinking about the next fiscal years. So we will most likely start working on the next biennial budget in January, staff will, in January of 2023. And in this, we have a couple of goals. We definitely want to work on reducing our budgeted deficits. Again, I know we haven't actually realized one, but our PERS liability, it continues to increase. It is anticipated to increase to approximately a $5 million a year payment by the end of 2030. We want to refocus and make sure that we know what our core services is. What do we as staff need to focus on? Where do we need to put our resources to make sure that, we can reduce that budgeted deficit? We want to really focus on making sure that we're planning for ongoing uses for revenues that we generate on an annual basis. So making sure that we're not using one-time revenues, so surplus funds that we get because property transfer taxes, exceeded the amount that we anticipated. We can't anticipate that will happen year over year. So those types of revenues, those surpluses, things like that, should be really used for one-time expenditures. We shouldn't plan programs and things like that on those one-time revenues. And again, just go back to referring to the council's general fund reserve policy for the use of any of those one-time funds. That says specifically to address the Calpers unfunded liability, fund asset reserves, and consider one-time expenditures. Talking about general fund reserve balance. In February, when we presented the audit, staff suggested the allocation of some of the excess over the general fund reserve of 25%. At the time, we were focused solely on the 2021-2022 year. I did bring this to the Financial Advisory Committee in, what was that, 2 weeks ago now? And they were very clear, and they took a vote that they thought that all surplus should go to decreasing our pension liability. I agree that pension liabilities are extremely important to pay down. However, I am concerned with reducing the city's cash available. It is very hard for municipalities to acquire debt. You can only acquire debt through bonding, which requires a vote, or through complicated legal things that cost money to administer and time. So I am very hesitant to just take all of our cash and give it to PERS, because we can't get that back. Once you give it to PERS, it's a black hole and it's gone. And while, yes, it in theory will decrease your unfunded liability payment in future years, as it says in the staff report, you know, we've made a $1 million additional payment this year. We had already allocated $500,000 through our pension override tax for fiscal year 21-22. And in February, council appropriated an additional $500,000 of our general fund surplus. So we were able to make $1 million payment. That decreased our next year's unfunded liability payment by, I think in the staff report, it says $74,000. Which is significant. But when we think about if we need money for a building repair, or if a piece of, you know, the ambulance breaks and I need cash to fix it, I am nervous to have tied up all of those funds in PERS. So staff have very carefully balanced what we suggest with paying down our future liabilities, but also making sure that we have the ability to meet both current and, you know, short-term, you know, 3 to 5 year obligations. With having said that long story, I came back from the Financial Advisory Committee and I said, okay, let's really look at this. And I used 2022-23's numbers, because obviously that 25% of budgeted expenditures goes up if your expenditures goes up. And we don't have as much of a cushion as we did in February using 2022's numbers. And in addition, council has expressed interest in making the sugar sweetened beverage tax funds that were above, that were collected, that are above what were expensed and coded directly to that program, as not available for other uses. And I actually did the numbers and I looked at everything, and that is $516,000. So that significantly reduces the amount we have available to allocate to other things. And I said, okay, you know, if we do create, or if we do have a budgeted deficit in 22-23, we obviously need to cover that with our general fund. So since council already allocated the $500,000 additional PERS payment and the money to the Climate Adaptation Plan Reserve, staff is now suggesting to not do anything with the general fund reserve until we do the audit for the fiscal year 2021-22 year, except for the Shimmy Land Tax, which you requested. I have one more slide, and it's the Shimmy Land Tax. And this number is incorrect. It is a flat 28,000 that was motioned. I pulled this number from the ad hoc committee report, but the actual resolution was updated, as someone pointed out, to be the motion from last council meeting for a flat 28,000 from general fund reserve to the Segurate Land Trust. And as part of this, we're also suggesting that it was expressed an interest that it's something that comes back every year, but it's not necessarily something that is budgeted for. So the staff are suggesting that council update the general fund reserve policy to add, in addition to the Calpers liability payments, the asset reserve funds and other one-time uses. Each year at the end of the audit, if there is surplus, there would be a suggestion that we would say, you know, here's what the policy says, and this would be one of the suggestions. And if I'm correct, that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, where does the 300,000 for the maintenance and improvement of the Albany bulb fit in with the reserve policy?
So that is part of the general fund reserve balance that is considered unavailable for other use.
Okay, so that's not counted there. I was going to say, even though on a financial statement it would appear as general fund money that is available for use within our internal, right? Within our internal arrangements, we treat it as unavailable.
On the audit, it should show up as unavailable for other uses.
Really? That would not be true in nonprofit accounting. You can't have a board designated reserve may not be shown as a restricted fund. So maybe it's different in municipal accounting, but we should take a look at that. For the reason that it's not actually restricted. It actually is available to creditors if push comes to shove.
So
yeah, go ahead.
In municipal accounting, there is a difference between being restricted and being unavailable for other use.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. But it seems like with regard to the PERS funding, there could be funding that is treated in that manner, that is designated as intended to be used for PERS, but not actually turned over to PERS. It's just within our own financial system. So we don't have the problem of the reserve growing much bigger than our planning intends, but we know that should go to PERS if we don't need cash for other things. I mean, could I guess the question here would be, could the money that we would like to send us an extra amount to PERS, but which we're not doing so as to keep cash on hand, could that money be internally designated in the manner of the 300,000 that we're hanging on to for the bulb?
Yes, you could. However, it would not decrease your unfunded liability payment.
No, I realize that, but it would be available to reduce it at such time, and it would bring in, it would be invested in the meantime.
Yes, you could do that.
Yeah.
If I could follow on to Councilmember Nason's question. So is the $300,000, was that a part of the approximately 10.7 million cash on hand, or because it was not available, it's not included in that figure that was presented on the slide?
It would not be included in that figure.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilmember Carey.
Sorry about that. I just had a couple of questions. So with respect to the 21-22 budget, how are you justifying the forecasting for the 4.2%?
So for the next year budget?
Correct. I'm sorry, 22.
Yeah. So that was already passed. The majority of that increase is salary increases associated with already negotiated MOU union agreements. And then there's a large increase associated, though it was on the number, it's a little over 500,000. The Calpers unfunded liability payment, the increase in that for this coming year, in addition to the increase in insurance costs, the estimated increase in insurance costs.
Mayor, if you can come back to me because my power's about to go down. I need to fix that.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
There was a $800,000 to $900,000 increase in salary. Was that an increase that was incorporated into the approved 22-23 budget, or are those increases that have occurred since then?
No, that was already budgeted for.
Okay. There has been an MOU approved, I believe, that kicks in next year, that was approved since yes.
The SEIU MOU was recently approved. It provides for a 3% cost of living adjustment and a 5%, no, it's not 5%. That would be a lot. 0.5% adjustment for, they call it something else, but merit. It's a 3 point.
It was a merit adjustment.
Yeah, to basically bring SEIU closer to neighboring cities. So it's the MOU that was passed after the budget was passed includes a 3.5% overall adjustment. We budgeted a 3% adjustment, and I'm comfortable that fits within, we'll be able to cover it.
Thank you. So in terms of the unfunded liability, so there's some mandatory payment that needs to be made to Calpers each year, and then there's optional above that, or maybe you can walk me through that.
Correct. Calpers requires a payment against your unfunded liability. It changed a few years ago from basically assuming that you would pay 100% of your unfunded liability over 30 years to assuming that you would pay 100% of your unfunded liability over 20 years, which was a huge increase. And so they are ramping that up. They didn't just immediately do it. And that's why there is the anticipated increase in the unfunded liability of up to a $5 million a year payment in 2030. So there's that is required by Calpers. You have to pay that as part of being a member of Calpers. You are also able to make additional payments against that unfunded liability, which in theory will lower your unfunded amount.
And so what was the city's mandatory pick a year, either the last year or the year we're in or the next year? What is the mandatory amount?
It's hold on. I have it all in a spreadsheet. Can we go to the next question while I pull it up?
Yes, certainly. Is there a next question? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. My next question, it's just a process question. So when we receive funding, what is the process for proper allocation of that funding?
Like funding that is specifically dedicated for something, or just any funding?
I mean, whether it's just grants or anything that we're receiving from state, that how is that being processed and allocated, or how is it determined? Go ahead.
So if we receive money that is very specifically for something, it is not included in the general fund. We include it in other funds. So if you look at the 208-page budget document, when the biennial budget was passed, at the end, there is a breakdown of some of our restricted funds. So we have the money that comes from Alameda County Transportation Commission, Measure B and BB. That's that roads, bike and ped, and paratransit funding. That is in a different fund. We account for that completely differently. When I tell you, here's the amount of money we have to spend, that is not included in that in general. Those funding sources are mostly brought to you during the CIP process, the Capital Improvement Plan process, because they're for, more larger projects. And so you can't use them on anything else. Grants, again, same thing. They're recorded in a separate fund and they have to go towards that sort of thing. Mayor, your question about Calpers payment. This year, the payment was approximately 2.5 million. 2021, the payment was 2.1 million. 2022, it just got reduced. It's going to be a little over 2.8 million. Okay. 2023, it's supposed to go up to 3.1.
So the budget for this year covered that amount, and then we allocated an additional $1 million on top of that. Is that my understanding?
It ended up being a little bit less than that. But I did use whatever Calpers had estimated when I did the budget. But
I'm just trying to get a feel for the size of the ramp. So the budget covered, I am sorry, I don't remember the number. It was 2.8 million this year or 2.1 million this year?
It's 2.1
for 22, and it's going to ramp to 5. The projection is to ramp to 5 by 2030.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Gives me the scale of the horror to face. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a quick question. I know you were speaking about the ARPA funds that we received, and I noticed that we gave Berkeley Food and Housing some additional funds. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I know at the beginning of 2021, we had a presentation from Berkeley Food and Housing. We approved some amounts, and they came back mid-year, maybe around September, asking for additional funds. And then we gave some more funds to Berkeley Food and Housing. You can correct me with that, bring clarity to that.
Go ahead. Most of the funds that were allocated from the ARPA funds were specifically for hotels, for anyone affected by homelessness, specifically for the COVID. It was a state, I think it was a state requirement. Nicole, you're gonna have to correct me if I'm wrong, about people needed to be housed. They had to get people off the street during the beginning of COVID. And so they had to go into hotels.
Okay, so you're saying that the state required us to give money out of that fund?
No, it wasn't a requirement to use those funds specifically, but the city chose to use those funds because they were available.
I mean, I know that was brought to the council, and I don't believe that we proved. I mean, again, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe that we outlined that as being another source to give funding to. I'm just trying to understand. We gave some funds, and then we give them more. If you can help me understand where the difference was, the funds that we gave back in September to the funds that was given through the American Rescue Plan, and you may not have that answer, but I think at some point we need to bring Berkeley Food and Housing in to speak on the services they've given, because it sounds like, based on what I recall, we've given them some funds, and where's the accountability on that? So I would like to see that come back on the agenda, have the answers to that question.
City Manager, will you see your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add a little more detail there, we will be having Berkeley Food and Housing Project come to the council to provide a presentation in the near future. Also, the funding allocation was in September. It's for additional funds to fill a gap in funding for overall service programming and human services. So I'd be happy to resubmit that report for reference on the council action.
Thank you.
But excuse me, but that's not giving clarity to me on the American Rescue Fund. Why did we give additional? If that was to support the gap, I mean, maybe I should just wait until they come, because I would need clarity on why.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I'll be happy to provide the report that the council approved as well with that funding allocation for reference.
Okay, are there any other questions? Not seeing any. Take it to public comment. Hello.
Yeah, hi, this is Jeremiah. So you mentioned with the Berkeley Food and Housing, you know, I was wondering, where's the food? What food services does Berkeley Food provide to Albany? Or is that just kind of a fictitious name to make the public and the people think they give people food? Because I've never seen anything in Albany. I've never seen any food come from Berkeley Food and Housing. So we're not getting that service. And then with the housing, the name's right there, Berkeley Housing. But they get money from Albany to pay for their houseless people. You know, like on Harrison Street. So City of Albany pays Berkeley Food and Housing, let's just say $400,000 a year or $400,000 every 2 years. I'm just wondering, where's the food and where's the housing? Because it seems like Berkeley Food and Housing just houses their own unhoused population with Albany's money. And I can't believe the city council is sitting here approving this. The city manager is sitting here approving this. To me, it's white collar crime. And it's corruption. I mean, to me, because I don't see where this money's going. I don't see the results. I see people with Albany Cares and Berkeley Food and Housing housed all the way in Oakland. So you're paying landlords and apartment owners in Oakland. You're giving all this money to other cities. None of it's going to any property owners in Albany. None of it's going to any apartment owners. You're not even housing Albany's quote unquote homeless. You're housing Berkeley's quote unquote homeless. What's up with that? Where are the checks and balances? This whole Berkeley Food and Housing is a scam, and they've been scamming Albany for way too long, starting with Robbie back in the day. Skipping town to another state, taking the credit card, buying a Mustang, flashing it in front of everybody, the shower program. I've had enough with Berkeley Food and Housing. They don't do anything for Albany. That's it.
Thank you. Next commenter, please.
Hi, I am Francesco Papalia, and I'm a member of the Financial Advisory Committee. I have a lot of questions that I hope we can get answered. The report says that no action be taken until the fiscal 2021-22 audit is presented. I'd like to know when that's going to be. Question number one. Question number two, is unfunded actuarial liability the same as unfunded pension liability? So we have the right terminology. I'd like to know what is the amount of the unfunded pension liability? There's a number there. I know the payment is 2.1 to 2.8, but what is the amount? And I think it'd be really helpful if every time that phrase unfunded pension liability is put in a report, that the amount is put there. And I'm wondering how many on the council know what that is. I don't know what it is. And I think every single person in this city would like to know what it is. And it should be right there in black and white in every report that is sent to the council and to the Financial Advisory Committee. I hear that if we paid $1 million, then we saved $74,000. So I understand. So that to me says we're being charged 7.4% interest by Calpers. And then every time we pay $1 million, not only are we saving $74,000, but we're not paying $74,000 the next year as well. So it's compounded. It's good old, and I think that's important to understand. And so I'd like to know what is the unfunded pension liability and what is the interest payment that gets rolled into that account. That's different from the payment that we make, because the payment we make is supposed to be paying down the amount. I think that'll do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other hands raised, I'll bring it back to council. And again, always looking to staff to correct my understanding. It's always a good test if I understand at least some of what's going on. Berkeley Food and Housing is a company, essentially. It's an organization, but you can think of it as a company. So when Albany contracts with Berkeley Food and Housing for services, that does not mean that the services that the company is providing in response to that contract are going to another jurisdiction. It just happens that Berkeley is the name of the company and it is providing services in Albany. With regard to the question of food in Berkeley Food and Housing, I think Albany does not contract for service around food from Berkeley Food and Housing. It contracts for services around housing. Do I have any of that right and or all of it correct? Okay, I see an affirmative nod from the council member. So I just want to say, to my knowledge, there's no corruption going on here. Albany's money is not going to another city to support its services for unhoused people. This is really to serve unhoused people in Albany, and it may be that when those services are provided, that people have provided shelter in another city, but these were people who were unhoused in Albany. To go to the next commenter's questions, and understandable if staff doesn't have answers to these right out the gate. But if you do, it's an opportunity to have it. And if you don't, then that's something we can look towards getting by email or in a future meeting. So there was a question, what is the total amount of unfunded Calpers liability? And to my knowledge, I think that's actually a moving target as they change their discount rate in the future. But there should be at least a number for now.
Yeah, it is a moving target. It is presented in the audit every single year, so it is available. It is also available in the actuarial reports that Calpers provides, and those are all public on Calpers' website. The last one that was done, the total for all of the city's plans, because again we have 8 Calpers plans, was about $36 million, and Calpers charges 7% interest a year. But when I say charges, it doesn't necessarily go to Calpers, it goes back into the city's assets that for future retirement.
I'm not sure I understand the last part, but I probably have to take that conversation outside the meeting to understand it. But what I do understand is the amount that you just described, combining it with the earlier information, is that we are required to pay that down to zero over a 20-year time period.
Correct.
Okay. There's a question, what is unfunded actuarial versus unfunded pension? Is there a difference between those terms?
No.
Okay, thank you. I think there was a question, when is the audit done? When is the audit anticipated to be done, after which surplus could be considered for allocation under the staff's current recommendation?
Good question. So the auditors are actually going to be on site in June to start working on the audit. And then we close the year around mid-August, and then they come back and they do all their final work. And then we go back and forth for a while. And ideally the audit will be done before December 31st. And then it'll come back to council as soon as we can schedule it.
Thank you. With that, council members, any questions? Any discussion? We have other items on here besides just the quarterly finance. There's also the items regarding the Shimmy.
Mayor, I think, or maybe I missed the question regarding unfunded pension liabilities, what that is.
So yeah, just in general?
If you can explain what that is.
Sure. So once a year, an actuary, who is a very talented person who I never want to do their job, looks at everything surrounding what we are going to pay out in pensions over the course of everyone in the pension's life. And they say, how much money do you have to pay that out? And so they say, we think you're going to pay, I just looked at it, it was somewhere around like $98 million over the course of everyone who is currently in the pension plan until they die. And so that is going to cost the city $98 million. And then they say, what do you currently have in assets? And what do we think you're going to make on those assets until these people die? And that is a number that I do not remember off the top of my head. And then they say, okay, what's the difference between what we think you're going to have to pay forever and what you have available to pay that? The difference is that approximate $36 million that is our unfunded portion of our pension liability.
And just to underscore, when the finance director refers to assets, those are assets held by Calpers that Correct. Albany has put in. So it's not assets that are held by Albany. It's basically what Albany has put into the pot so far, plus whatever investment income that is generated.
And we don't have
not off the top of my head. I can provide it, and it is available in the audit as well.
Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, when you were asking for comments, right now it's just comments on the report. This isn't the time to ask questions or comment on the resolution. Or I guess we've got two.
Yeah, I mean, I would say all of the above. We have, I think, 3 actions in front of us. So we have an action on receiving the quarterly report.
Okay.
We have an action on whether to provide Shimmy out of the capital reserve, and we have an action on whether to adopt a resolution to add consideration of providing Shimmy in future years as a part of reserve allocations.
Okay. I would like to be able to vote for the appropriation for this year, but I plan to vote no on the change to the reserve policy for reasons I can go into if this is the appropriate time to do it.
Go for it. I know it's confusing because you've been focused on the quarterly finances and we haven't been talking about Shimmy, but that is a part of this item. So thank you for focusing on that.
Has everyone who wanted to comment on the Shimmy been given that opportunity yet?
I mean, what was part of this item, but I think you raised a good point that that was not part of the presentation that was given. So if somebody does want to comment on it, I think it is fair to reopen comment for that in specific. So why don't I do that now, if that's okay?
Okay.
Okay. So as I just mentioned, the two items of this agenda item related to Shimmy were not necessarily highlighted in the presentation at the beginning of this item. So it's understandable if people didn't who wanted to comment on that or weren't aware that we were going to be taking that up, did not comment on it. So we'll open up that aspect of this agenda item to comment. And I see one attendee has their hand raised. Welcome back.
Hi, this is Francesco Papalia. This is an excellent example to highlight all the good projects that each council member wants to support. But we have to think about whether we have the money to do it. When we owe $36 million in unfunded pension liability at 7% interest, we're paying 2.5% interest a year on that unfunded pension liability. Our budget, our budget is 70% salaries. And so we have only 30% of approximately, what is it here? Expenses 27 million. 30% of that is around 9 million. So we only have 9 million in discretionary funds to be dealing with for everything that is in salaries. And 2.5 million of that is going towards paying down the unfunded pension liability. So I want every one of you now and in the future to please, please, please consider where the money's coming from to fund these programs. And just to let you know, I am part of the Financial Advisory Committee that is aggressively looking at ways for us to increase revenue to the city. So I need your support. We all need your support. How to increase revenue to the city so we can pay down the unfunded pension liability and we can provide the services that you and amenities that we can squeeze out of that 30% that isn't salaries and pensions for our employees. That's why we've got, so you need, there's an idea that if you want to spend money, you got to figure out how to raise money to pay for it. I don't want that payment to become part of the residents. I want the payments to come from sources that are commercial growth industries that we can share the profits of these commercial industries. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, not seeing any other hands raised, bring it back to council. Back to Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I do support making this a one-time gift to the Segurate Land Trust because I'm excited about the prospect of that group engaging with us with regard to various kinds of programming around Albany, but in particular with regard to managing the area, the portions of Albany Hill that are particularly related, intimately related to the history, to their ancestral history. And although I would normally prefer a programmatic grant, In this case, because they are a relatively new nonprofit, I think that a contribution to their general operating expenses is appropriate. But I'm not interested in being part of any long-term commitment to one particular nonprofit organization, or even necessarily to one particular reparatory cause. You know, there's a lot of people who have suffered historic injustice in one way or another, and we could spend the entire city budget trying to make good that history, but we can't. It wouldn't make sense, and I think that we have to be very careful that the gifts that we make are not just benefiting a nonprofit, but are benefiting the city of Albany. And it may be that the greatest benefit in a different year, if we want to be giving money, if we want to say, well, we can give away $30,000 a year for nonprofits that are particularly valuable. We might give $30,000 to a nonprofit that wants to honor, you know, Asian history or Mexican American history, or engages in reparations towards descendants of slaves. There's just so many different things that we might want to direct that funding to, saying, well, this one particular nonprofit, we're actually going to write into our policies. I've looked at, you know, and I think it's fabulous, again, that they're doing this. I really admire what they're working on. But this isn't even the only Ohlone nonprofit. And they're so new, they only have one 990 available online that I could find through GuideStar, and it says almost nothing about how they're spending, probably because they were so new. I just think, you know, that we have to separate, I feel we have to separate our emotions around Ohlone history and the terrible tragedy of that from the fact that we are living here and now and dealing with nonprofit organizations and trying to manage tax funds taken from people involuntarily, and be very careful about making gifts of funds that are involuntarily extracted from the taxpayers. So I'm prepared to vote for a one-time gift, but I would like the council's cooperation with constructing this procedurally in such a way that I can vote no on making either making it a promise or writing it into our policies or calling it a tax, because I think that's very inappropriate. Thank you.
So I will note that there's sort of three different items under this agenda item. So you could, and what you're describing is making a motion, well, separate motions maybe, or it could be one motion on items 2 and 3. But it might be that the most constructive way to do this is to take a separate motion on each of the 3 items.
Why don't we do it that way?
Okay. I can't tell, Councilmember McQuaid, you don't have your hand up, but I sense maybe some comments.
I did have my hand up, but I think, well, I'll make a comment. I do agree with what Councilmember Nason is proposing, that we do it now. So basically not adding number 3. Is that, Rochelle, am I understanding you?
Correct. Yes, I plan to vote yes on number 2 to make the gift this year, but I would be voting no on number 3. But, you know, I'm looking at the resolution. Okay, yeah, that I would be voting no on number 3. That's correct.
So why don't you proceed with a motion on number 2?
Well, I guess we'll start with a motion on number 1, right?
That's fine. I have
do we need a motion
on number 1, and I don't want to defray the conversation that has occurred. So if
no motion needed on number 1.
Humor me by going to number 2.
Okay. But we don't have a resolution. It's simply an appropriation. Correct. Okay. So I would move that we appropriate $28,250 from the general fund for a contribution to the Segura Te Land Trust.
Would you accept a friendly amendment? I believe the finance director clarified it's actually 28,000 as per our discussion at the last meeting and the minutes and whatnot.
Yeah, I took this from the staff recommendation, which said 28,250. I didn't realize.
But I think she mentioned it was changed.
That we changed it last time. Okay, well, I'm willing to do that. 28,000. I will move that we appropriate 28,000 of general fund reserve monies for a contribution to the Segura Te Land Trust.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Moved by Councilmember Nason to make a contribution of 28,000 to Segura Te Land Trust, and seconded by Councilmember McQuaid. I'll just, my own comment on this, see this as not the last dollar we spend, but one of the first dollars we spend. It doesn't get more basic than dispossessing a people of its land. And with regard to making people in the city pay this, and I see this as a payment for the portion of the area of Albany that the city directly owns itself. With regard to essentially forcing the people of Albany to make this contribution, well, we force people to pay taxes all the time. Many people vote no on taxes, and they have to pay the taxes. So I don't really see that as a bright line for what the city can and cannot do with the money that it has raised. I don't know if there's any other comments in that regard.
I'd just say, I think that there's something different happening when we spend money. So for example, okay, the money we give to Berkeley Food and Housing, and setting aside Jeremiah's concerns about that, but assuming that it is being properly spent on homeless, helping people experiencing homelessness to secure food and housing and whatever needs they have. That is, to me, that's not a gift. That is social welfare spending that we are spending not just for their benefit, but for the benefit of the entire city. And it's not a spiritual benefit. It's we recognize an obligation to people who are here with us, that they can live decently, and that it benefits all of us to have that occur. In this situation where we're actually making a gift, there is no explicit benefit. There is no agreed upon explicit benefit other than the spiritual benefit to the people of Albany, the spiritual benefit of having the sense that some minimal thing has been done to offset the harm that resulted from the Spanish arrival here and everything that followed. But I'm willing to support it because I see a benefit to the city of Albany in supporting a land trust that's getting ready to engage with us on projects of mutual concern. So I'm supporting it for a whole completely different set of reasons, I think, than you are supporting it. And because I'm supporting it for that whole different set of reasons, I'm not as willing to make a commitment, especially to one particular new organization that we don't know yet how how well this is going to work. We're just getting started. And I think that it should be something that people look at year after year and figure out what is best for the people of Albany, including, you know, the broader community, not just residents, everybody who visits, who operates a business. You know, there's a huge range of stakeholders, much broader than the people who live here. And that includes every member of the Ohlone people who has a sense of connection to this land. You know, that's part of our stakeholders. They're part of our community. But still, it is to benefit, materially benefit the people who are living now, who pay these taxes, or who are part of this community. It's not for the spiritual well-being of people to feel less bad about what happened.
Councilmember Gary?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Councilmember Nason, I'm going to disagree with you on the comments you made. And instead of educating you on the history, you know the history of Albany better than I do. So with that said, can we bring this back in 2023 as a line item to vote on?
Well, we have a motion on the table right now that we need to vote on one way or the other.
I'm asking.
Of course you can. Of course you can, and I'll be gone. And
so if we can, please don't cut me off. That's
all right.
So respectful. You guys call me that. And anyway, if we can bring it back, Mayor, if we can go ahead and move with the motion to approve this, and we can discuss this at a later date. Thank you so much.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
yes.
and the motion carries.
Okay, does someone want to make, well, I'll leave it to you, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's worth moving 2022-47 given what has been expressed so far. So,
I would agree.
I'm sorry, what?
No, I disagree with you. I agree.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to part one, as it were, and a question for staff. So I understand you said it's difficult to borrow money. I certainly understand that. Some things, though, I guess there's a way to borrow money without necessarily going to the ballot. Although maybe it's, you know, legally not considered borrowing money. For instance, the fire apparatus that's being leased, as I understand it, which is essentially a form of financing. So I don't know how many things there are like that versus how many things, you know, we actually have to pay 100% upfront.
So the lease of equipment or like the public works center is a very complicated legal transaction that means that the city, I don't know.
Okay.
But it's very complicated. It has a lot of administrative oversight that needs to happen. And it's also not like an immediate turnaround. It takes, you know, coming to council and then doing all of the paperwork correctly and getting all of the review done. And I mean, the one for the fire truck took 3 to 4 months.
Okay. So not as involved as a ballot measure, but not just show up with the deal either.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Another item I wanted to raise is that in the revenue table in the quarterly financials, there's about, I don't know, 10 buckets or 10 line items. Some of those are more straightforward than others. It seems like in terms of what they entail, the larger ones, like the ones over $1 million, I have a sense that there's probably a number of different revenue streams that get rolled up and grouped into that row. For instance, I don't know if the property tax item is solely the city's revenue from the 1% ad valorem, or if it includes other property taxes in there as well.
is the city's share of the 1% for both secured and unsecured. The city's city-specific ad valorem are special taxes that go into the pension tax and bond funds. So those are not included in the general fund, which is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
And then, for example, sales tax does have the city's share of the state. It has the city's 0.5% sales tax, and for some reason, sugar sweetened beverage tax has always just been included in the sales tax line. So there are multiple types. When you see franchise and other taxes, there's a significant number in there, but they're all smaller. And so it's really only the larger tax, the taxes and fees that bring in larger amounts that are listed separately.
So I would be interested in seeing the sales and use tax broken out in the franchise and other taxes, so I can have a better understanding of what's coming from where. Now that's my interest. I don't know if there's any support on the council for that. Because as in my role as having some responsibility for keeping the city financially whole, it's helpful to know a little more detail on what's in each of those buckets that are aggregations.
I agree with you, Mayor.
Yes. So I know I'm making work by making this request, but I'm trying to keep it compacted to just those 2 rows. Because those are the larger rows, and from what I understand, if I understand it correctly from what you're saying, Finance Director, that those are the 2 of the 3 sort of larger item rows that have kind of a number of different streams compacted into them.
Are you okay if I keep them together for the audit overview so that it matches the audit, but I break it out on the detail pages?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So I think the same approach is taken for spending by department or expenditures. It's fine to have it rolled up, and then I heard you explain to the Financial Advisory Committee that you created sort of intermediary between the full detail and the total roll up of expenditures by department, and so maybe it would go, essentially akin to that for those 2 categories.
See what I can do.
Okay, thanks very much. So I don't know if we need a motion to receive the quarterly report. I don't know. Okay. All right. Well, then I think with that, we are done with this item. And we will move forward to new business, which is fiscal year 2022, 2023. Just reminding those who are still here with us that our fiscal year runs from July 1st to June 30th. So that's why you see 2 calendar years appear in our name of our fiscal years. The staffing update, a salary schedule update for city employees. And I imagine the finance director is here to present that as well.
You're stuck with me for a while.
I never view it that way.
All right, so I have another presentation for this, and let's see if I can get the slideshow to work. So this is an update on staffing for the upcoming fiscal year. Anything that is approved or this tonight would be effective July 1st for the next fiscal year. You are correct. So an overview, we are requesting 3 new positions. We are requesting in 3 different departments. New positions in 3 different departments: recreation, risk management, and public works. We are also requesting updates to the salary schedule. So the new positions in recreation, we are looking for approval for another recreation coordinator 2. In looking at the budget and how everything has been working out, we do not think that any additional appropriation will be needed to fold this into next year's budget. We are also asking if council is, this was said much better in the staff report. So people have been asking for more community events. They're now that, COVID restrictions are sort of lifting, but maybe coming back, but lifting again. People are looking for, additional things for recreation to do. In order to facilitate that request, we would need an additional position. This additional position would free up the supervisors who would actually be focused on planning those events to do that. A lot goes into these events. It is not something that just happens overnight. And so if it is something that the council would like to have staff staff continue to expand the event offerings, we would need another coordinator position. And that one, we'd need about $100,000 in appropriations to hire. We are also asking for a risk management analyst. What we're looking for is something that doesn't really have a home right now. It is split between pretty much all of the departments, but a lot of it is workers' comp related with HR. A lot of it is put on finance in regards to our general liability insurance. Working with Bay Cities, our insurance JPA or Joint Powers Authority, to make sure that the department heads have a contact to mitigate risk in a number of things. There's a lot of risk that is associated with doing large construction projects or with doing events like in recreation. Are we doing certain things correctly to mitigate the risk to the city? This is a very specialized field that a lot of cities are currently expanding their staffing in. In addition, this position would assist in staffing the new police commission. We don't really have anywhere to fit that staffing right now. And so this position would work on that and assist with kind of aggregating data as it is requested. So for that, I mean, a lot of what people are concerned with, is something that I personally, as I sit on, an insurance board, associate with lawsuits. I mean, if someone has a legitimate complaint, they also have a legitimate lawsuit in theory. So ideally, we would mitigate that risk, which would also cut down on, all of that. So this ties in a lot of things that I think are in multiple areas that really should be one person. Then we have Public Works. We are looking for a project manager. Devora and Allison and Mark all did a wonderful presentation on a capital improvement plan update a few council meetings ago. And they talked about how there are core infrastructure projects, and then we have discretionary projects. And right now, we don't really have anyone that can pick up some of those discretionary projects. So if you think about, parks improvements that we want to do with Measure M, or if you think about building upgrades and things like that, there's really no one staff person that has the ability to manage those projects, make sure contractors stay on schedule, all that sort of stuff. So this position would be able to do that. While we're asking for $175,000 appropriation for this position, it would over time actually be funded through through special revenue sources, because their work would be associated with different projects. They would be facilitating projects associated with those special revenues. And so we would be able to make up some of that general fund appropriation through special revenues. We are also asking for a lead maintenance worker. This person would be dedicated to the sewer program, and so no additional appropriation is needed. It can fit within current sewer allocations. So that is it for the additional positions that we're looking for. Again, like was mentioned before, 70% of our staff, of our budget is staffing. Staff are a huge resource, but we are not an infinite resource. So there are certain times where we aren't able to take on additional duties. And as more requests are made, we need to increase the resources that we have. So moving on to salary schedule updates. We have an update from the Firefighters Association Memorandum of Understanding. That is a 3.5% increase to salaries for the first full pay period in July, which starts July 11th. And so that is in their MOU, and this is more of a housekeeping measure than anything, really. And then we're also requesting an update to the unrepresented salary schedule. We're not asking to increase the current salaries. We're asking to add a sixth step, which would increase each position's earning potential. And it would bring us up to a little bit closer to surrounding cities. So it is adding right now, all represented units have a sixth step. And so this is bringing the unrepresented staff up to where the represented are currently. In the staff report, it also talks about updating the wording of the longevity pay in the unrepresented MOU. The wording of the unrepresented MOU currently states that when you have been with the city for 10 years, you get access to a sixth step, which is basically giving a 5% longevity. So what we're looking to do is, if we add a sixth step, remove that language to basically just say you get access to an additional step, so that if we do make additional changes in the future, there's no reference to a specific number. So this is just the overview slide from the beginning, so that you guys can, again, look at what we're doing. So recreation, we're asking for a recreation coordinator 2, no additional appropriation is needed. We're asking, if you would like to expand events, we would need a second recreation coordinator 2, which would require an appropriation of $100,000. We're looking for a risk management analyst, and that would be a $140,000 appropriation. And in public works, we're looking for a project manager, which would be a $175,000 appropriation, and a lead maintenance worker for sewer, which would not require any additional appropriation. The salary schedule updates, the AFFA MOU update, and then the proposed unrepresented update, which I did not indicate on the slide, but would cost, I think in the staff report, is as approximately $150,000 for staff who would qualify for a sixth step when passed. Would you like me to leave this up so that you can be reminded, or you want me to close it?
Please close it.
Okay.
So, otherwise, I can't see.
Perfect.
I'm blind. Thank you. I mean, it was a helpful guide for sure, but so are there any, well, first of all, maybe I'll offer maybe a little bit additional information from the staff report. So the project management position in public works that's being requested, if I understood correctly, the staff report indicated that most or the entirety of that salary would be paid for essentially out of special funds that were for the projects that that position would be managing rather than general fund?
Correct. We're requesting a general fund appropriation because the person would have to be paid regardless of where the money comes from. But when we bring discretionary projects to council to get authorization as we go, part of that authorization will also be to make the transfer to cover this person's time. And so it would basically reimburse the general fund for his cost or her cost of monitoring these projects.
Yeah, so this is the vaunted transfer in mechanism. Okay, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. When you talk about adding a sixth step, I know there's a process to go, say, from step 4 to step 5, but all of a sudden we've added something. Can you talk a little bit about the process going from step 5 to the new step 6? Does everybody just sort of move up, or do they start like from day 1 and have to complete whatever the requirements are to move?
So if you would have you move steps. Moving a step is based on merit. If you are, if you get at least passing evaluation annually, you can move from one step to another. So anyone who would have gotten step 5 over a year ago and has a at least passing evaluation would qualify for a 6th step. And then if you aren't currently at step 5, it would just be whenever you go to your annual review, did you, do well, and can we move you up? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand it sounds as though the project management position for Public Works is essentially lets us get grant funded projects on the ground, and will largely, if not wholly, be funded by the administrative portion of those projects, as opposed to ultimately being a hit on the public, on the general fund. And it sounds like was that a correct characterization of your answer to Mayor Jordan's question?
Yes, for grants specifically, it depends on whether the grant includes administrative costs, but we would try to write that into any grant.
Understood. And then the management analyst position involves an expansion and restructuring of our administrative tasks that we're already essentially obligated to. We have state law requirements, and we have things that are maybe not getting done because of low staffing, and it addresses that situation. And both of those seem like necessary things that we need to do. It sounds like it's really the recreation position that involves a kind of discretionary decision whether this is the best use of city funds. Is our events what we want? Is that enough of a priority as compared to other things that could be done with that funding? Is that correct?
That's a question. That seems like a reasonable framing of what's before us.
What?
That seems like a reasonable framing of what's before us.
Yeah. Okay. But I'd like to hear if Heather has a different take on it, if that seems essentially consistent with what you're presenting to us.
I will let Nicole jump in if she needs to, but I think so. I mean, we've looked at the workload and have said, it would really benefit the city if we add those positions, but there is that, one coordinator position that, we don't have to do these things, but if they are wanted, we do need that.
The recreation, yeah, understood. But that's to me, I guess I'd say that's the major kind of discretionary expenditure decision that we're making tonight. Okay. I will have comments on this, but I'll leave it. I know others we're still in questions, right? I'll let others ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. So as far as the risk manager or management analyst is concerned, are we seeing an uptick in workload as far as claims or that have been presented against the construction companies or the cities?
There is not necessarily against us specifically. However, sitting on the board and seeing, the type of claim that's coming forward and the increasing amount of claims and the increasing severity of the claims that have been coming forward at cities, it is imperative that we make sure we take every step to protect ourselves against the same type of claim.
And for the recreation position, where would you start that person at? Would it be, if you can explain where that would be? And then as same as with the risk management position, what would be the starting steps for them as well? If you can lay that out.
So whenever we do any hiring, we generally offer step one. Depending on if someone has a lot of experience, we may offer a higher step, but we generally go in assuming we're going to be offering step one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I did have some questions. So part of the need for the new management analyst or additional management analyst, as I understand it, was state requirements regarding reporting, specifically around police. If I have that correct, in perhaps my naivete, when the state imposes a requirement that it's supposed to provide funding to meet the mandate, do I have parts A and D of that correct?
The state's supposed to do a lot of things. There are oftentimes that they impose unfunded mandates. I do not know of any funds available for this mandate, but I do know that they have mandated reporting of certain police requirements or police stats.
So isn't that a violation of the state constitution? I mean, there's a part of the state constitution that says the state cannot impose unfunded mandates on local jurisdictions.
I need to look into that for you.
Okay.
I was just going to add, there are so many unfunded mandates that they've imposed that I wouldn't anticipate getting any funds if Heather hasn't already knows of designated funds for that reporting requirements that she's thinking of, for particularly with police.
Well, the reason I raise this is because it becomes sort of a theme for me, because we're encountering this with SB 1383. And in my travels around the web on this, I found there is something called the State Commission on Mandates or Unfunded Mandates. I can't remember which. And entities do put forward cases saying, hey, I don't care what they said in the legislation, whatever rationalization they made, this is an unfunded mandate, and it is possible to get relief from this commission. I mean, one has to wonder if it's biased or not towards the state, but I'll set that aside. This body does exist. And so I can imagine bringing something in front of that body would be perhaps not particularly financially appetizing for a small city, but we're one of 480 cities. And so if this data reporting requirement really is an unfunded mandate, I'm getting more and more inclined to try to take some action in corralling other cities that are interested in going to this body and saying, what is going on here? With that, I'll get off that topic. That's something to maybe bring as a separate agenda item. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. With that said, is there any way we can tap into the police budget on this item? for the risk management portion of that? Because if they're going to be on the police commission, just yes or no? No. Could that be an option to do that?
We can budget it wherever, right? The idea was to budget it under risk management, but we can split it or do anything. But either way, it would need an additional appropriation.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, and with thanks to Councilmember Gary, who asked for a run on the claims for the last 6 years and included me. I'm in that request, and thanks staff for providing that run. Over those last 6 years, I see there were about 16 claims per year on average and a bit under $200,000 per year of incurred expenses. So that's not necessarily what was paid out, but that includes legal expenses. So I think what I hear, what I hear being said is not so much that this position would necessarily reduce, could be expected to reduce that. It was $175,000 a year over the past 6 years on average. Reduce that amount, it's more protective against that amount increasing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And with that, unless there's any other questions, we'll go to the public. City Clerk. You could admit the first attendee. Welcome.
Oh, thanks. So I'm wondering if we're using any of the Measure FF funds to fund any of our city employees. Maybe we could look into Measure FF. Also, doing simple math. So you want to pay, I like creating jobs, especially city jobs. Well, the thing is that you want to pay one person $175,000. Have you done the math yet? So if you take $175,000 divided by 365 days a year, divided by 8 hours a day, it's $59. But that's $60 an hour. Well, city employees don't work 7 days a week. So if you take $175,000 divided by, 246 or 216, which is 5 times 52. Divide that. Now you're paying this person $85 an hour. I mean, what's next? The city manager is going to ask for a raise too. You know, then you got this other person for $140,000 for a year. This still breaks down to $60 an hour. You're paying way too much money to hire one person. That's being greedy and selfish. I don't know who's behind this and organized this, but this is more corruption. This is more white collar crime. Break this money in half, create double the amount of jobs. What is Albany's living wage? What, $14, $15 an hour? How could you justify paying someone $85 an hour to babysit construction workers so they show up on time? Come on, that's a sad excuse. So why don't you pay someone $30 an hour and have 2 jobs? You know, 2 heads are better than 1. You got 2 people. One person's going to get tired. You need someone else to work with them. You know, what I'm saying is not, too far out of the question. You need to create more jobs instead of creating less jobs with more money. That's being greedy and selfish. That's more white collar crime. Okay? Create more jobs for the community in a down economy. You know, how economically social justice is that? Hire someone at $80 an hour. Get a grip on reality, you guys. This is really not disturbing. I see these things go late on the agenda, so you got no public comment other than Jeremiah all the time. So nobody's aware of this stuff. You know, I'm tired of it. I really am. Just do the math. You know, Mr. Jordan, Janelle, you do the math on this. They're doing this in front of your face.
Thank you for your comment. Welcome.
Hi, it's Francesco Papali again. More questions The figures that you gave for expenditures for the salaries, does that salary, benefits, and pension? So I just want to know when the 100,000, the 140,000 for the risk management, or is there that included in the 140? The 3.5% cost, AFFA. I think we need to have a financial impact on that. It's just a number. So what does that mean? 3.5%. When we vote on things, on all kinds of things, it says, what's the financial impact, right? And I have no idea what 3.5% is. The sixth step, I heard something about $150,000. I don't know what that meant, but I'd like to know that the sixth step could affect how many employees, and then how could that impact what would the financial impact be of that sixth step? I know it's not determined at this point, right? You said, well, at one point it said 5%, but we're going to just make a new one and then we'll decide later. But give us a number. If the sixth step is 2%, then what would be the financial impact? So I'm not sure how you can vote on these things if you don't really know what the financial impact is. And once again, I would like to have clarity on the salary, benefit, and pension for the three positions that you are recommending. Thanks.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council. I think the second commenter raised a question that's germane to the first commenter. Do the numbers, the amounts that have been provided for each of these positions, do they include benefits as well as Social Security, workers' comp, the whole variety of other things that go along with employing somebody?
Yes, it's salary and benefits.
Okay. And I will note that the project manager step one, according to the schedule I'm looking at, if I have it right, is $104,000 a year. And my understanding is that person would likely be an engineer. And as an engineer, it's going to be very hard to hire somebody for much less than that. It's a pretty competitive hiring environment. I will go ahead with some of the other questions so we can clear those out. So I guess what's germane there is 70,000 of that 175,000 approximately is all the benefits and costs beyond the salary. 150,000 for the sixth step. My understanding of that is if the sixth step were adopted, that would be an estimate of the cost that would essentially immediately accrue due to those staff that would essentially qualify to be in that sixth step already. Do I have
Correct.
that? Okay. And in terms of the difference between the fifth and the sixth step, I believe that's a 5% difference. In other words, when somebody goes from step 5 to step 6, that would increase their salary by 5%.
Correct.
And the 5% longevity, this part I'm confused on. Is the sixth step going to, in essence, replace the 5% longevity, or is it in addition to the 5% longevity?
So the staff report what I was trying to get across in the staff report was I would like to change how the longevity reads in the unrepresented MOU to indicate that you still get longevity. Longevity is just equal to whatever an additional step, which is 5%, would be. It was written that way to make sure that the longevity was not part of PERSable income to reduce the pension costs over the long term. So when you look at unrepresented salaries, the salary on the salary table and the educational incentive is is taken into account when you retire for your last, whatever your retirement calculation is. The longevity, the way it is written, is excluded from that final salary.
Okay, so it essentially, it would continue to exist. It would essentially be a bonus in effect.
It would be a longevity incentive to retain employees. Yes.
Okay. So there would be both the 6th step and the 5% would at 10 years, or starting at 10 years and after would continue to exist. But
which is similar to other represented employees.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a couple of questions on the management analyst position and salary. Does that salary include expenses, travel expenses to board meetings and other events that the board holds?
It does not. That would be included in other departmental training and travel budgets.
Okay, and I know you stated that due to the severity or the increase in work, you were proactively doing that, but I do know on the board that you do have an alternate. So if you're not available to make it, you have an alternate that can stand in your place. And due to the small amount of claims we receive, I just don't see that would be feasible at this time for that position unless I'm missing something.
I'm not sure what the question was.
So the question is, you made a statement about the board being, you go into the board meetings and attending them, and you do have an alternate. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm not looking for this person to replace me on the board.
Okay.
The board member actually has to be someone who can make financially binding decisions for the city. And this position would not be that. This position would be more they would definitely go to Bay City's meetings so that they are up on the current things and they know the staff and they know what the resources are. But it's really getting a handle on what resources does Bay Cities offer that we can take advantage of. We're already paying for it, but we don't have the capacity to implement a lot of those programs.
Doesn't Bay Cities have someone that can help with those implementations? I mean, I don't think the onus is so much on the city to do, because that's what we're paying them for.
They don't have someone that can run the program. Yes, they can say, here's a document that sets up the program, but they don't pay for their staff to come to us and say, are you doing this? Are you making sure that all of your employees are doing this? I mean, there are certain things, obviously, like sexual harassment training that we have to, that's state mandated again, that we have to make sure that our staff are doing. And there are certain things that we're doing everything that we are required to do, but we're looking to expand to take advantage of the things that Bay Cities offers and actually implement those programs and make sure that they are sustainable within the city.
Okay, and so this person that's being considered to be hired, they will be trained by you or Bay Cities as far as the implementation process?
Both. They would be under me, and I would make sure that they got the right contacts at Bay Cities and that they were, doing what we need for the city as a whole to focus on.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McQuaid.
It's about 10:30. I will move that we continue. I'm going to say 11 and we'll be done before then.
Is there a second? I will second.
That's for all the items left on the agenda?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, City Attorney. Presuming there's no discussion, City Clerk, will you poll the council?
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes. With thanks to
Motion
Councilmember
carries.
McQuaid. I don't know if there's more discussion or we're headed into motions. Does anybody want to make a motion? So there's two different parts, which could be broken into even more parts than that. Yes, Councilor McQuaid.
Thank you. Yes, I'll make a motion. We adopt resolution 2022-48, appropriating funds for fiscal year 2022-23 staffing changes. And I'm going to put them together. Adopt resolution 2022-49, updating the salary schedule for city employees.
I mean, yes, Councilmember Nason.
I'm not seconding it at this point. I'm struggling a little bit with the recreation position, although I recognize its need, that staff has made a judgment that we can afford this. Because we don't have any long-term financial planning, I don't know that we can afford it. And I'm willing to trust staff that we can, but it leaves me feeling a little bit, I feel like we're kind of doing it on faith. And I don't know how other folks feel, but I would prefer that that we wait on the recreation position until we have a little bit more longer term financial information. And there's something maybe even more basic in the sense that, I think we've lost our sense of the reality that when you pay for one thing, it means you can't pay for something else. So we're making a prioritization decision here that having the recreation coordinator is a high enough priority to be higher than anything else we might spend that money on. And I'm not sure that that's true. I guess even with the analyst position and the public works position, I'm thrilled to see those, but I'm not sure that they fill the deficits I don't know if they will fill the deficits to the point that the next priority will be a recreation position. I really would like to see more long-term financial information before we do more discretionary spending that may well really be, spending money that isn't ours, that is future funding. So I would prefer that we do them separately.
Yeah, I agree. My thinking on this is 2 of the 5 positions are within appropriations. So existing appropriations, that's pretty clear cut. The project manager position is largely going to be funded off the general fund budget. The management analyst is protective against something that could be much more dramatic that could happen. And I appreciate the finance director bringing to us what she is seeing happening to other cities in the board meetings. So that does seem quite important to me. I agree that the second recreation coordinator, which is the one that needs an appropriation, the first one is within the existing appropriations. I agree. And I think my understanding of staff is not that the staff report said that the second recreation manager appropriation is within our budget. I mean, they are specifically putting out very clearly, if you want to do this, you're going to have to increase the budget. You're going to have to increase the appropriation. You're going to have to make an appropriation which has the effect of increasing the general fund budget. So it would be a hit. It would put us further into structural deficit than we are now. So I agree. I don't support that. So we could propose a friendly amendment and see if the motion maker is amenable to removing that position, or we could offer a substitute motion.
I will ask the maker of the motion if she would be willing to consider separately the recreation position and exclude it from the motion. so we can pass the others and then discuss that one separately.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. With that change, I will second the motion.
Okay. And I will just clarify, this regards the second recreational coordinator.
Yes.
As two were requested. So the motion made by Councilmember McQuaid is to approve the two resolutions as presented, less the second recreation coordinator, for which the appropriations would have to increase. And that has been seconded by Councilmember Nason. Is there any further discussion? Nope. Okay. The city clerk, please poll the council.
Sorry.
That's okay.
The my next one on the list is Vice Mayor Tiedemann, so it threw me off a little bit.
little glitch there.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes.
Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
Councilmember Gary.
No.
The motion carries.
All right. And with that, we have come to council member reports on appointed representation of Albany and other meetings and events.
Whoa. I thought we were going to discuss the recreation coordinator position.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
My apologies. I'm showing my bias.
Hey, maybe change the position and then you took it away?
Yeah, I apologize.
You're stuck.
Yes.
I want to be clear that I'm not trying to say this isn't something we could do. I'm just saying I want more information. I want to see how this fits into our larger financial picture. And I want to be sure that the staff we're adding in public works and finance, I mean, I'm assuming this person will relieve existing finance personnel of duties that will then make it possible for them to do more in the area of financial transparency, that they will, and, just routine stuff, processing the stuff that comes in over the front desk, which is a problem these days, I think. I want to be sure that we're doing enough in public works and finance to do what we need to do. That would be one part of it. And the other part being having more long-term financial information. We do have a budget deficit, but what our budget is and what we can actually afford have become somewhat detached. They're not, it isn't easy from looking at our budget deficit, which, as Heather has noted, every year we budget a big deficit and then we always have a small surplus. But we don't expect that to last forever, but we kind of need to know when it's likely to end and when we're going to start hitting the shoals sooner. It's better to know that before we're hiring people who then it's a whole lot harder to lay somebody off than it is to defer hiring for a new position. So without knowing when we're going to hit the shoals, it's very hard to make that decision. And I'd just like to see more information.
So I saw Councilmember Gary had her hand up and then her hand went down.
I did. I thank you, Mayor. I was waiting for Councilmember Nason to speak. I would say the same as just, it's not that, I'm against hiring staff, because I think when it's needed, and that we should be able to make sure that staff is fully staffed. But, again, more information and not only that, it's just, I wish this would have been forecasted. So you wouldn't have to ask for more. We would have already been able to have that pool of money set aside for us to move forward, because we don't know what the impact would be. So that's just my only concerns. Thank you.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I have to say, I think it's ironic that we have supported other organizations in events and we are not supporting our own. because we're obviously not going to be able to have events if we don't hire somebody to run them. And that's, that's okay. That's the decision it seems like we're making. But I think it's too bad that we support outside agents, outside organizations and not ourselves. And what I hear from the community so much, is there going to be music in the park? Will we ever get back to dinner with Albany? What's happening with events? And, that's, I think, something that the community is looking forward to and is interested in. So I think it's kind of too bad that we're not going to do that.
I'm detecting there might not be another motion.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
I said I'm detecting maybe we're done with this. There isn't another motion to be made.
Yeah, do you want to move the hiring of a recreation coordinator, or is it something that we should reconsider with somewhat more information? It may be that it's too late for the summer if we don't do it tonight, but I don't think we should do something because we are so eager to see something, particular events happen this summer that's really a longer term staffing commitment. So I'm willing to let it go if everyone else is.
I get the sense that that's the sense of the group, so that's fine.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you. With that, now, thank you for pausing me there in my rush to the future. Moving on to council member reports on appointed representation. Are there any volunteers?
I had a couple of committee meetings for the AC. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought for a second I was muted and I wasn't.
Maybe that time.
I did have a couple of committee meetings, the Finance and Administrative Committee meeting and the Programs and Projects Subcommittee, but there was nothing specific to Albany with regard to those. So it's all available online. Thanks.
I will not in any way to put you on the spot, really genuinely to offer thanks because of work conflict. I couldn't attend. Well, actually, wasn't it? There was a meeting that I didn't attend that you attended in my stead, I think.
Yes, that's right. Why don't you come back to me? Let me pull up my note on that.
I think it was the stop waste. Maybe the
yes, it was a stop waste meeting.
And I think
but
it's
not
the budget
coming to me what we did. So please take.
So Councilmember Nason kindly filled in for me because I couldn't be there. So Councilmember McQuaid or Councilmember Gary, or should I go ahead?
I can jump in.
Thank you.
It's been a long time since we've given these reports. I did attend the 2 policy committees for the League of California Cities. I went to the East Bay Housing Organization's Affordable Housing Week kickoff event. Just hitting a couple of the highlights. I attended the Albany High School Art Show, which is at Abrams Cleghorn Gallery. And if you haven't had a chance to go and look at that, it's as always, it's incredible. Those high school students are so talented and so have such a wonderful show. And last week I attended the League City Leaders Summit. And Preston, I'll tell you that with the governors or the state having almost $100 billion surplus, one of the things that we asked for and are really pushing for is that the unfunded mandates that we've been promised to be funded will be funded. So we may want to follow that through the league as well as your other source.
Thank you. That's exciting to hear. Of course, the state should do it. The state should have to do it rather than do it when there's a surplus, but even saving us 1 year would be helpful. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't attend any meetings this far, but I did have a report. So as I was walking down Solano last week, I met with a crossing guard, and she provided me with a list of her concerns in regards to safety. And I set out with her to look at what was happening on the roadway. And twice she almost was struck by a vehicle. And I know this is the fourth time that I brought this up about the safety. We just allotted funds out of the SSB tax for our crossing guards, but we really need to think about the safety of our crossing guards. She said several times, I mean, we had a long discussion about this. She also brought concerns up about Marin and how that area was hazardous, and she asked to be moved to Solano, but to only encounter the same type of speed and just lack of attentiveness through the driver. So this could be a huge problem if we don't correct it now. So I know I brought this up several times, but I think we need to act upon this before our crossing guards get hurt in doing their job. Thank you.
I will take the liberty of adding that to future agenda items, that section when we get to it. For my part, I attended the Mosquito Abatement District meetings. The last meeting was particularly interesting as it regarded the sort of review of investment strategy that it has for some of its funds. One of those funds is actually perhaps germane to questions that came up for us earlier. It has a pension stabilization fund, which is not a restricted fund. It's a fund over which it has control, but it's essentially akin to a reserve fund where it is set aside funds rather than giving them all the money to Calpers. It maintains about a fund equal to about 10% of its unfunded liability with Calpers, or it's 10% of the total. I can't remember which, but it maintains a fund of about $5 million that it controls the investment of. So that it has a little bit more latitude, and it doesn't have all its money with Calpers that goes to pensions. So that's somewhat interesting. And there were questions about what the allocation is, and it's under active management rather than passive management. So it's actually a pretty good learning environment for me, I have to say, given that it's a well-run agency and lots of these same kind of questions come up. So with that, I don't know if Councilmember Nason has any. Yes.
Yeah, just the reason I couldn't remember that what happened at Stop Waste is it was an administrative, it was a budget presentation.
Yeah.
Now that is an extraordinarily well-run organization, in my opinion. They are 100% funded on their pension liabilities, and their budget seems to be correlated with reality, which is something we're still working towards. But it was an impressive presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And with that, we are on to, I guess, we can have time here for 1 minute for questions or comments on the reports that were just given. If any attendee is interested, I do see one attendee whose hand is sort of going up and down and up and down. City Clerk, if you would welcome in. Hello.
Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, I was wondering if anybody attended the Altabate. I forget which member is supposed to be on the Altabate hospital subcommittee. The Altabate hospital, right across from the Wells Fargo. I was just wondering if possibly we can ever get some sort of report on Altabates and what they're doing for Albany residents regarding maybe free COVID tests, or what are they even doing there? I mean, it sure would be nice to get an update, like what's going on with Altabate Hospital and what they're contributing to the city of Albany and the citizens.
Thank you. I don't know if any of the council members who are involved with Altabates have any comment. I mean, I think that task force is not been meeting as far as I know. And that's
It's not been meeting.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
And that's
Okay.
not what it deals with anyway, so.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we'll move on to future agenda items. I will add, I think it's, if I characterize this correctly, crossing guard safety. With particularly, well, we don't know if it's particular to Solano and Marin, but certainly Solano and Marin. Thank you for raising that. Are there any other future agenda items that people would like to see? Yes, Councilmember Nason.
I hope that the staff will bring back to us something on the recreation position. If there are alternatives, ways to get at what we are trying, what is perceived to be needed here without making a major financial commitment that could be hard to unwind if it turns out we really can't afford it in the longer term. But I leave that. I'm not asking that be done. I'm just suggesting that I think we'd probably all be. My sense of the group is that we would all be receptive to hearing another proposal that is less risky than this one. Thank you.
Thank you. I will review that Councilmember Gary, the future agenda items she's asked for as a librarian report to council, permanent parklet to come back to council, which I know is in process, a council school board joint meeting, and intern regarding city communications. I apologize on that. I don't know if that was regarding acquiring a future intern or a report on the previous intern's work.
So that's simply what I brought up during the presentation from Park and Rec with the information that the intern from last year completed the project. If we can get a detailed report on what that looks like. And that would also help us understand the communication gaps that exist in our community.
Thank you.
So my future agenda item. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Councilmember Nason was raising her hand. I just want to make sure.
Sorry. I didn't realize you were not done. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So one would be, what are our plans to address the community with what in regards to Madison Avenue, what's going on with the rat infestation? I know we've been getting updates, but it'd be great if the community know what has been going on to the point that we can give them information without violating any HIPAA laws or anything like that in regards to the person that lives there. So that would be great. And the next one would be, I know I sent you an email. Sorry, I did not respond, but I did remember you requesting that during the SSB discussion we had last council meeting to bring you back information regarding the farm on the utilization of the funds, as well as the safety considerations that I brought. And I know I did get that information to you after the agenda was presented. However, I know that we do have the capabilities of amending. I understand that it is within your right to either amend or not amend, but I'm asking that if we can bring that information back on the next meeting, that way we can close out the SBS tax. We can go through, make sure we can finalize that instead of lingering on to throughout the next months. If we can get it done prior to our recess, that would be great, and address those issues. The next one is, if we can get, I think that's, okay, we just spoke about the intern. Hold on one sec. Oh, in regards to the report that we received from, I believe her name is Margot from the tree. It would be great if we can get a status update on what the next steps are to prevent the fires. I know that in Southern Cal, there was a huge fire down there. There's been a couple of fires out in Bay Area. So we just want to make sure we stay on top of that for our residents in Pierce Street. And also the safety concerns that has been brought up on Pierce Street regarding the fence that continues to get vandalized, vehicles that have been broken into, if we can just get an update on that. And I believe that is, and then an update on the negotiation with waste management. If we can get an update on that, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me just I want to make sure I got all this. So an update on Madison Avenue, specific to rat control, essentially, or reduction of the rat population, utilization of SSB tax, potentially for the Gills Rat Community Farm and for road safety, increasing road safety. Update on Albany Hill, forest management relative to fire hazard. Update on the Pier Street fence, continually being breached. And an update on the negotiations of a new franchise agreement with Waste Management of Alameda County. On the SSB, my understanding, which may be incorrect, so I'll check the staff, is that an item so we had a study session. My understanding is that will result in an item that will be brought back to council for actually adopting a resolution or something to specify how those funds would be expended.
That's correct, Mayor. If they aren't already budgeted, you will have a formalization of the direction given thus far, and we can incorporate any other additional direction on expenditures at that time as well. Okay, yeah, so that would be my suggestion, would be to take up adjustments and additional proposals at that time. I do want to clarify, I received the request at, I think it was 2 p.m. last Friday. So I guess technically, while I could have made an amendment any time before 7 p.m., I think Friday, and still been abided by the 72-hour Brown Act, that was going to be basically unworkable from a staff and logistics perspective.
I understand.
So I think I got all those. So
and one more. We brought up the cleaning of the light fixtures. If we can get an update, that was last meeting. Did that happen? What was the outcome of that? And the lighting, that was concerns that were brought up by the community. That would be great if we can get an update on that.
Great. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
We had an email from a member of Parks, Recreation, and Open Space about the Caltrans plan for the portion of the right-of-way across Buchanan from the parking lot, the MTC Park and Ride. And I realize this is a Caltrans, this is a state issue. We may have no input on it, but it would be, maybe they'll listen to us to some extent about local concerns or issues. I would love to hear more about what is going on, and perhaps provide some kind of chance for the public to weigh in on the ideas.
So I'm just checking. I'm aware that was taken up by the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Commission, which I guess provided an opportunity for public comment, but you would like it to come before council as well.
I'd like us to know about it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not insistent on it. We can all watch the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission meeting and save city council time. But it seems of sufficient significance. We're all going to be getting a lot of questions about it if it goes forward. It seems like something we ought to know about, and at least make an effort to provide some council level thinking on it. If whether it will be heard is unclear, but it seems to me we kind of have an obligation to try.
Yeah, I can agree with that thinking. I'll commit to watching it as well, and then maybe you and I can confer about how to frame it for the council, whether to frame it for the council.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
A couple more things. So are we not having the 2x2x2 meetings anymore? Is that not happening?
So Vice Mayor Tiedemann and myself found that it was more constructive to work in other modalities with UC and with AUSD rather than the 2x2x2 meetings. We found we're able to make more progress on various issues otherwise.
Okay.
That said, I certainly welcome, if you have ideas of what we should be talking about in those, if you could pass those along.
And the last thing, I know last year I brought up free Wi-Fi considerations through citywide. I don't know if that is a part of the upgrade with the IT and infrastructure. That would be great if we can look into something like that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I got that down, free Wi-Fi citywide. I know that that's not part of the IT infrastructure upgrade that has been discussed. That's really particular to city government itself. That's not, yeah. All right, we have 1 minute left, and we have one commenter. City Clerk, if you would admit one commenter, and hopefully we can.
Thank you. So I would like a future agenda item for, obviously, you know what I'm going to say. It's the school zones. I've been saying it for over 10 years. We need school zones in our municipal code book. What's taking so long? Also, we got a sugar sweetened beverage tax. What about a sugar sweetened food tax? That's what we really need. We need a tax on Oreo cookies and all that sugar in food. So we're missing out on a lot of revenue for Oreo cookies and sugar sweetened tax, for food. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will offer once again, as I have before, that school zones are in the work plan for the Transportation Commission. So they will be taken up there in due course. Certainly any member of the community could encourage the Transportation Commission to take it up sooner rather than later. But that is where that item currently resides. And with that, I thank you all, Councilmember Gary, Councilmember McQuaid, Councilmember Nason, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, and the always loyal and present KALB behind the scenes. Thank you so much. And